All right, everybody, welcome to Script-A-Palooza 2023. This is the sixth time we're doing this event, so this is number 6. There is a playlist in the Mortgage Coach YouTube channel where you can see all the Script-A-Paloozas in their entirety. I'll show that at some point, and I'll share a link. But Todd Bookspan, can you believe it's been 6 years?
You know, it is just flown by, right? You and I started the now called Trust Engine Mastermind Group about 7 years ago. And the fact that we get to do this, year after year is just a great honor. And I'm super grateful for you and for this community.
Right on. Well, we've got a co-host today that we've had for the first time on Script-A-Palooza.
You know, I'm really excited to bring Phil M. Jones into the Mortgage Coach community. I know that you and Deborah interviewed him earlier this year. I know it's the #1 watched video that we have year to date, but you know, I won't do justice to a proper introduction, but let me just give you this visual around his book, Exactly What to Say. So first off, the only time that you can be distracted today is if you want to go to your favorite bookstore and purchase a copy of either Exactly What to Say and probably a copy of Exactly What to Say for Real Estate. But here's the easiest way I describe the book. Besides the fact that last I heard it was 2.2 million copies sold, which Phil will probably correct, it's probably close to 2.5 million now. But think about this. This is the #1 listened to nonfiction audible in the world, right? So let me say that again. It's the #1 listened to nonfiction audible in the world. Now, though it's crazy about that, it's not the #1 sold audible in the world, but the average book, you've probably been there. If you're like me, I've bought a book, I've listened to it a little bit and then stopped because it wasn't that good. The average audible's listened to 0.4 times, and Phil's books, Exactly What to Say, the average person who's bought it listened to it over 7.5 times. So super excited to have you, Phil, here as our co-host, and welcome again to the Trust Engine community.
Oh, thank you for having me here. It's a joy to be here. I feel like I've got this huge privilege. I've been let inside this inner circle, and I'm still not sure what role I'm playing here. Is it like a Paul Hollywood on Great British Baking Show type role? Am I here as a Simon Cowell, America's Got Talent kind of role, or am I just like a sports commentator? I don't know. These are all things I had aspirations to be able to step towards in my life, and instead I'm here in conversation with loan officers, mortgage professionals, helping them to be able to navigate how they can have more effective conversations in the moment that matter. And I know this is the best of the best of the best, correct? That's what I'm told, that this is the best in class at moment in time. Is this what we're going to experience today?
Absolutely. The folks we have on stage are the best in the business. They all do a tremendous amount of production. And from our perspective, when Todd and I invite people to this, they represent the future of lending. And I want to share a couple stats before, Phil, you come back on and prep us for Script-A-Palooza. So guys, I've been in mortgage now for 37 years. This is actually my 38th year in mortgage. And when I started in mortgage, rates were, my first loan was 10.26% at 2 points. And for my entire career, rates have gone down. And another thing for my entire career, I've masterminded with the most successful mortgage professionals in the business. So that's why I love doing masterminds like this, where we get all these amazing professionals on stage. But this year, it's a different market. It's like no other market we've had. I've been in high interest rate markets. I've been in high competition markets. Anytime you have a pivot market, you have less loans and you have less teammates. But I've never been in a market where there's this much demand. According to NerdWallet, 28 million people want to buy a home. Like right now, people want to buy homes, but only 3 to 4 million will buy homes. Also, I've never seen this much Gen Z opportunity. Like the pent-up demand between Gen Z, millennials is mind-boggling. Also, there's a lot of people that think it's a bad time to get a mortgage. When I interviewed Shayla Gifford, she shared a Gallup poll where people are confused. Like, should I buy now or should I wait? But guys, here's what's most different is never in the history of mortgage have rates gone down to 2%. And it was a $4 trillion year. And then the following year, it was another $4 trillion year, and rates were in the 2s and the 3s. So literally 63% of every homeowner in America has an interest rate that starts with 2 or 3%, and 80% are under 4%, almost double what rates are today. So this is creating a new challenge and a new opportunity, and we're bringing on the best of the best to share scripts on how to help household hostages move up accidental landlords rent out their home and move up, and how to connect with the next generation of next gen home buyers. Literally, there's a tsunami coming when you look at Gen Z, millennials. Like, this is not just another year in mortgage. So, Phil, with that said, what are some opening thoughts? And then we'll bring on our first speaker of the day.
I mean, we have a session lined up today that is full of some people that have been there and done it and are still doing it. I think that's one of the most exciting things for people to plug into today. These are experienced practitioners that are still practicing and delivering results in this market and have been doing so in all sorts of different markets. We mentioned those words, though, about that this is the best of the best of the best. And I have a fear around that sometimes, is that our belief that there is a best practice or a best standard results in us believing that that looks down on everybody else. From what I've seen in the world of real estate and the world of mortgage right now, is what the requirement is for every single person in the industry to do the work to get better, to decide that the focus is that wherever they're at right now, that there is still more to give, there is still more to improve, that there is still a chance to level up. So with that being said, and an invitation to everybody who's listening and watching along here today, is understand a few important things. Is every single person that's contributing their effort, their experience and energy towards this Script-A-Palooza is doing so at their own experience, at their own risk. They're putting themselves on the line to be judged by all of you. That is a huge gift to the industry. It is a huge gift for people to be that vulnerable, to be able to bring their A game to help you level up your A game, and do so knowing that you are going to be judging them throughout that whole experience. So I think appreciate that as a gift. Also note that part of my job is to provide some commentary or critique around what it is they've just delivered. In that, note that I'm coming at it from a very specific angle. One is I'm trying to see if I can reverse engineer why what they're doing is good, so that you can maybe take some of the ingredients from that to allow you to do your version of good based on what they are doing for themselves. That's number one thing that I'm looking to do. I'm also looking to be a slight bit of a pain in the butt and provide some feedback towards the people that were brilliant as to how they might be able to take what they're already doing that's crushing and make a couple of adjustments that could result in it delivering some bigger outcomes. Note in all of that, though, this is a training room environment. It's a group of friends. This is trusted colleagues in an industry we all give a damn about. So is this a environment for us to do anything other than encourage, grow, and know that what there is that there is better for all of us and that the rising tide lifts all boats? Absolutely. That's what we're here for. But with it being a training room environment, it's better to make us feel uncomfortable in here than it is when toe-to-toe with a client or toe-to-toe in an opportunity that could put money in your pocket. So if I say anything that makes anybody feel uncomfortable, I'm not saying it to one person, I'm saying it to all of you with kindness, under an expectation that says we can all get better together. That's why I'm showing up today. And Dave, I hope that's useful just to preface where my role sits in the short 3, 4, however many hours we're spending together this afternoon.
No, that's absolutely perfect. Todd, anything you want to say before we get things rolling?
Well, I like it that we started off, Phil, with the Paul Hollywood reference. I'm not sure that half the group here has watched the Great British Bake Off Championship, but I'm hoping that someone gets a handshake through the screen today from you for the.
Well, I was really here to try and help promote baking shows from my native country. That's really why I showed up today. But
well, the books
thanks for calling out.
We've watched every season, and we've watched I don't know what it's called, like the Great Pottery Show too, where the guy cries when he likes your work. We've seen it all. We're big supporters, and I love your heart, right? Deborah Bird and Denise Donahue we'll hear from later. The three of us sat in a room with you and 15, 18 other folks for 2 days, and I watched you sharpen the participants in that room, and I'm excited for you to be doing that today as we start bringing on our first guests.
All right, guys. So let's get the drum roll going. I'm going to just make sure I summarize the schedule. The schedule is in the Trust Engine Facebook group. So if you don't have this schedule, download it. We're going to open up with Myron Chamberlain. We're going to close it out with Jeremy Forcier right before Dan Keller. So guys, we got 3 hours of some of the best leaders in the industry. I don't know that Denise Donahue needs much of an introduction because she's so well known in this community, the mortgage nerd. Todd, anything you want to say before we bring in Denise Donahue, the mortgage nerd?
Well, no, I think you just nailed it, right? I mean, I feel like Denise doesn't need any introduction. I feel like most of you follow her on social, and she's got some of the highest watch videos that we have in the Trust Engine YouTube channel. So super excited to see you, Denise. Welcome.
Hey, thank you guys. My favorite group. We got Dave, Todd, Phil, Deborah. I'm excited to be here.
All right. So Deborah, what is your script and why did you pick this script? Because everyone gets to pick what they want to share.
I mean, we couldn't start out without Dave calling me Deborah because it's an identical twin thing. It happens, but it is all good. The nerd, I am sharing with you guys today exactly what to say when approaching a meeting or trying to get a meeting with a big real estate agent. And I purposely use the words exactly what to say because I had the privilege to go to Phil's certification a month ago. And I will tell you guys that, and when I think of one word going into that and leaving it, it was humbled. And I know, Dave, that you invited me here to speak, and I'm going to share my script with you guys in just a second. But up until about a month ago, I thought that I was a good communicator. I think my husband might tell you different, but in my mind, I thought I was a pretty good communicator. I communicate a lot on video. I communicate a lot with clients. And that is typically a compliment that I get, is that I have the ability to dumb things down, if you will. And then I went to the certification of exactly what to say. I had already read the book a couple of times. And I was like, wow, the small differences in the way we phrase things and the way that we word things and the true, genuine curiosity that we have about a human soul is so important. But I'd argue it's more important than ever right now, because in the interview that Dave and I had last week, where I was sharing that as a loan originator right now, it's a challenging market. I kind of get tired of hearing the challenging market, but it's a challenging market, and our conversations with our clients and with our real estate agents are more important than ever. And so truly being a student, I'm a student. I have definitely not mastered this. I'm 4 weeks post the event, and I still struggle with the curiosity standpoint, but I think the way that you guys set the Script-A-Palooza up is this is a safe space for us to learn, to grow together, to thrive together, and be curious together. So I welcome any constructive criticism. It helps me get better. But that's what I'll be bringing to you guys today, Dave, is how to land an appointment or a meeting with an agent. I don't know what you said, but I think it's probably just to go into it. So I'm going to dive right into it. And what's fantastic is that there's a formula. It's not my formula. It's actually Phil's formula. And Phil's formula is one of the best ways to open a conversation or a dialogue with a partner, whatever kind of partner that it is with the formula of OFQ. So if you're sitting there at your desk right now, I definitely recommend grabbing a pen, write this out. Here's what this stands for. O is your opening. It's a polite opening. So the way that you DM somebody or you text somebody, or if you're calling them, start that with a polite opening. The second is a mutual fact. So the F stands for fact, and you want to have a common fact with one another, which I'm going to give you an example of what I mean by that. The third one is the Q, and it's an easy to answer question. Emphasis on easy, which you think is easier said than done, but I'm going to give you my example script that I've been using over the last 4 weeks, and y'all can, Phil's probably going to give me a lot of coaching on it, but this is what I have been using, and it's been working really, really well. My method in this has been through the form of a social media DM or message. So that's the method. I think that's important because how it would look is a little bit different if I was, of course, on the phone or in a text message. And so I'm usually responding to a real estate agent's post that they may have made, or a Instagram story that they may have made. Maybe they just had a big closing, or they had a record-breaking month. And so my polite opening is, congrats, I see that you're killing it. That's my polite opening. My mutual fact is, We don't know each other much other than here socially. So that's my mutual fact that we have in common. I said, I was wondering if you're still growing a team here locally in DFW. To me, that's an easy to answer question. Now, before I went to the certification, my word vomit was about a paragraph long and it was too much words. It wasn't easy and I would get ghosted. But when I keep it really short and brief like this, I get a response back almost always. And they typically just respond with, yes, I am. And this is so vague that what it's doing is it's setting the stage for curiosity, which is the first most important thing that we need to have, is genuinely being curious enough to, why is she asking me this? You know, does she have a lead? Is she trying to solicit my business? There's so many questions at this point. Here's where it gets tough and where I failed constantly and where I still fail, to be honest, is I have this knee-jerk reaction to go in for the kill to get the appointment. And really what that means is I don't dance long enough. And so I'm trying to get better at it. So here's my dance. Rather than going straight in for the appointment, like, hey, let's get together and meet, I say, so after I've said, I was wondering if you're still growing a team, I say, okay. And are you looking to add more agents to your team, like newer agents or seasoned agents? And I normally get a response back. And usually it's still brief, like, yeah, both, or yeah, newer agents, you know, whatever. And I'm like, okay, got it. And I bet you have some sort of training that you provide to help with like lead generation or marketing. Is that typically done weekly, monthly, virtually? What does that look like in your office? And I'm using voice inflection now, and I'm pausing now. The way that it looks in the DMs is it's ... And that's intentional. It's so I can't show you that in my DM, but I want you guys to get the message that I'm purposely adding pauses there. And so they'll typically respond like, yeah, we get together weekly. Typically it's virtual, whatever they respond with. And so here's going in for the kill. And so I say, so if you want, I just ran a chat GPT course for a local group and the feedback was incredible. Maybe I could possibly come by your next meeting and teach the same course to your group. In fact, you could invite some of the recruits that you're looking to add to your team. How does that sound? Or would that be okay? And so the OFQ is what I've learned, that when I am trying to go after that big fish, I don't lead with, wow, great job on a closing. Do you want to go have coffee? Or, wow, I've got this great loan program and I'd love to show it to you. That is going in for the kill right away. It creates no curiosity. You're not doing any kind of dance. It's kind of putting a period at the end of the conversation. It's why some of you might be getting ghosted. They don't care to respond. You just sound like everybody else. But how you do the opening, how you have the mutual fact, how you have an easy to answer question. And then I will tell you guys, the hardest part is the dance. I still struggle with it. I was just practicing this with Deborah the other day, and she was like, dude, you just asked me to go, straight for the kill. And I'm like, oh, it's so hard. But use that formula when you're trying to court the big fish. And I would say, if you're doing it on social media, please do a little bit of research on who you're courting. I had somebody, I don't know if they've read Phil's stuff, but they came to me and they said, hey, Denise, and they did an opener and they said, are you still doing mortgages in DFW? And quite honestly, I was offended, because if you follow me or pay any kind of attention to me, I eat, sleep, and breathe mortgages in DFW. So you're not paying attention to me, which now you just insulted me. So I will say that when you're using this formula, do some research on the person. Don't lead with something that could come across as insulting, but use that formula. You won't get ghosted. Practice it, share it with your teams. It's awesome. And it's definitely helped me book appointments with big fish. I'm talking about like the big producers that have teams. It's helped me get into their meetings and present. And I use Chat GPT, but y'all, I switch it up all the time. It might be an LLPA presentation. It might be an interest rate presentation. It might be cold call, like whatever it is, use your ammo that you have in your bag. Whatever your ammo is, use it. But you got to do the dance and you got to do that OFQ in order to even get a seat at the table.
Love that. It is a market share market, guys. And the way you get market share is you get meetings with realtors. Phil, what are your thoughts?
Well, this is fun, right? You get somebody that comes straight off the bat, and what they're doing is that they're doing their karaoke version of your work. So it's like, this is awkward. What I'm getting to be able to judge on is what I will say here is Denise, good job on executing the OFQ formula, taking something you learned in the training, and even with somebody with your tenure of experience, going, I'm going to try on something new and see how this would work for me. So when it comes to executing an OFQ, I think you did a great job, is right. Polite opening. Be careful though, when you say to somebody they're killing it, that language is going to really compliment some people, but others are going to find offense on it. Is I see that you're really killing it. Is if somebody said to me, I'm killing it, I'm not sure I would take that as a compliment. I would take it perhaps as somebody who wasn't as sincere as they would need to. So I'd play with that a little and say, well, how could I offer some more sincerity in the compliment up front? Something that was an opening that has some more universal appeal. What could that look like? It's not killing it. It's making some impressive results. Delivering huge value to your community is something that is universally accepted as a value up front. I think could turn an 8 out of 10 to a 9 to a 10 in that upfront piece. I like that you used a fact that just called out the obvious, the elephant in the room. The fact is we don't yet know each other. The fact of you don't yet know each other. Insertion of that 3-letter word, magic, yet, right? It says we will though, we will, all without covering a huge amount of different distance. There's huge efficiency in it. I think you can increase a curiosity gap in it by saying things like, but I've been following your successes for a while. Now, all of a sudden, we're hitting some more, show me that you know me. I'm watching the chat here. Ryan's like saying murdering it. Like murdering is even worse than killing, and he knows it, right? He knows it. But your question at the end is an easy to answer question. Wondering if you're still growing your team? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Well, the answer is of course. What you're doing from there is you are creating a dance backwards and forwards, such elegant use of saying, well, there needs to be pauses, there needs to be curiosity gaps, there needs to be some ways for us to be able to work it. And the risk is we go from like nice outfit, love what you're wearing, to how do you feel about marriage and kids, right? There is that risk that we jump through these things too uncomfortably, but you are slowing this process down. I think what you can do though, when you get into that dance is to consider a meaningful arc. And the arc I would consider is past, present, future. So that could quite simply be, so how long have you been supported home buyers in the ABC area? They're like, I know this one, right? Further building on the past. Well, I've been doing this here since 2012. Okay. And I know you say you're growing your team. Where are you at right now? We're at 17 agents, but we were at 25 and we had to let a few go because they were finding it difficult, right? This context is really helpful. And where are you looking to grow to? We're still in a real safe place here, right? Super safe. And they're like, I'm telling you, well, we're looking to be able to be at 35 by the year end. Okay. And what are some of the things that you're doing to be able to grow your team? Well, what we're doing is we're recruiting, we're running events, we're running trainings. Okay, so you run trainings. What kind of trainings have you run that you found your team have found beneficial? They like to understand more about what's hot right now. They like to understand more about how they can acquire more clients for themselves. Hey, have any of them been asking questions about things like ChatGPT? Yeah, a number of them have been looking at how they can use AI and tools in order to be able to achieve more success. They're like, yeah, that works. And you go, well, would it help if you knew that we've been running some successful ChatGPT trainings with brokerages and leaders just like you in competing areas that have been remarkably successful? They're like, yeah, it would be. You're like, well, I'm not sure if it's for you, but we will have space to run 2 more of these programs in the next 6 weeks. Would that be the kind of thing that you might be interested in? And when you delivered your line there, you put so much ambiguity around it, but like might, maybe, could be interested in, which salts the oats a little for them to want to be able to lean in and say more. So I think you did an excellent job. What I'm trying to be able to put in this is is the chance to be able to say, how do we level up? And even the best in the business can sharpen further. What we are seeing here, though, is that you can take a structure, you can use it and run with it. And there's comments here in the chat that are like, well, some of this is culturally different, etc. Of course it is. Of course it is. Those things are relevant. And what everybody is looking at when you're trying to influence their behavior is, can you hit the show me that you know me button? And when you play safer, you risk not missing. Whereas I think sometimes what we do is we go, oh, I've got some bait, like, let me not lose it. Keep it going like a game of tennis, where it's progressing and peeling back a layer and peeling back a layer, particularly in Insta DMs, etc. And you'll win the relationship, and you'll show you that you care, and that you'll show that you can like them. So I hope that was useful in constructive response, but I think you did a tremendous job.
All right. Well, we want to keep it tight, 10 minutes per person. Denise, thank you so much. Do want to remind folks, if it's working for you, keep doing it. Todd, anything you want to say before I hit a couple show keeping notes and bring on our next guest?
I say we just keep it rolling, Dave. I know we're tight on time, and I want to keep us on track. You know me, I always have lots to say, but let's keep going.
All right. So one, I am going to put a link to a little 5-minute video that's like a micro lesson on OFQ. So stay tuned. Check that out in just a second. It is now time to bring on our next guest. Hopefully, Shayla Gifford will turn on her camera in just a second. There she is. Shayla Gifford, multiple years, has been north of $100 million producer. Her and her team are the market leader in Reno, Nevada. She leads north of $1 billion region for Guild. Multiple times she's been among the top 3 most viewed videos in Mortgage Coach land. And actually, my first interview with her a few years, when she first jumped into the community and started using Mortgage Coach, you were #1. Welcome to the show, Shayla.
Hey, thank you so much. And I love the format today. I love that it's live and it's full of feedback and glitches. And Phil, it's amazing to have you live with this feedback in real time too. I think all of us, like you said, are putting ourselves out there. We're being vulnerable, and we're also on America's Got Talent, waiting to be judged on what we have to say. So it's really interesting to look at the feedback, Phil. And I've been following your work and love what you do. And thank you to Dave Savage and Todd and Deb for exposing you to us in the mortgage industry. I'm excited for you to come to Reno in July and do all the things that we're doing. But I think there's a lot of chat going on right now about, but how do I be more powerfully present? And I don't think that's the words people are using. But this is something that I feel like I specialize in and have been speaking on stages about for a long time, is how to be bold, how to really go for it. And what I love about what we've already discussed here is that it is about your intent. It's about your curiosity, your sincerity, and your authenticity. Like, how do you show up to those meetings? How do you show up even to your chats? Because we can get a sense for people and who they are and what they care about. And are they about themselves, or are they about the other? Are they about me, or are they about themselves? And so, I wanted to just go further on what we did at the Modern Mortgage Summit, where I said, look, it's time for us to be pleasantly aggressive. I've even said to my team, it's time for us to be relentlessly aggressive, because here's what I know. We all are thinking about this thing called a personal brand. What do people say about you when you're not in the room? Phil, they're saying about you that you're extremely humble, and I've spent time with you. You are. What are they saying about you? When you have a meeting, was it, she was nice. I just coached one of my loan officers who's blonde like I am, who's fit, who's younger, who's, attractive. And I go, I don't want you to leave a meeting going, God, she's cute. She seems smart. That's I want them to leave with their heart being squeezed. I want them to leave with wow, I'm pleasantly surprised. That person really made me feel amazing, got me thinking. I can't not do business with that person. I need to do business with this person. I need to figure out a way to align myself with you. That's what I want people to feel from you. So how do you stand out? How do you leave that impression? And how do you show up authentically you? I think we all want to be Denise, but the reality is you have to be you. And you've got to just be a bigger, more bolder version of you and stop holding back on what it is that's on your heart. Because if it's genuine and it's coming from your heart and you really care about the other person, there's almost very little that you could say that would be truly offensive to somebody. Okay. Most of you cannot be cheesy if you tried, because you're so far over here going, I don't want to be cheesy. I don't want to be salesy. I don't whatever, that if I push you to be bold, you're going to still be over here. You're not even going to be like in the middle, but you're not going to go from here all the way to over here and be this cheesy, slimy, car salesy type of person. Okay. So what I want for you is to show up powerfully present, to be remembered, to make an impact, so that people say, I've got to work with him or her. I know if I align with him or her, I will make more money. I will be more successful. You know why people are afraid to refer us, guys? They're afraid of two things. They don't want to look bad and they don't want to lose money, right? How would they lose money referring us? Well, we don't follow up. We don't do a thorough pre-approval, right? We don't exhaust every option to get them to their maximum place and communicate what's possible. Or our sales skills and our relationship skills are just not on par. So when we're meeting with people, they are analyzing those things. Who are you? Are you reliable? Are you going to follow up? Are you on your toes? Are you hungry? Are you humble? Are you coachable? Will you take feedback? Do you really want to do the work to help me succeed? So how do you authentically be you and articulate your value? How do you be pleasantly aggressive? I want you to be able to walk away from a meeting being able to say, look, I've loved this meeting. These are all the things that you talked about that I admire about you and who you are and what you stand for. I want to be your loan officer. Can I be your loan officer, Todd? I want you to come work for me. Like I love who you are and what you stand for. Do you see a world in which you would think about working with me? That's pleasantly aggressive. I'm saying it. I'm not holding back, but I'm doing it with love and coming directly from my heart. I want you to be able to say to a realtor, look, I'm hungry. I'm able to take feedback and I want to help you make money. Can we create an opportunity to do that? Simple, concise, direct. What other lender do you work with now? And you notice I'm saying it with a smile. I'm not doing it aggressively. And the pause will allow for the answer to come forward. Most of us feel uncomfortable, so we don't ever pause. We just keep talking. Let the answer come forward. Most people will answer the questions. With the lender you have now, what's working really well? I'm assuming there's some great things that are happening there. I love loyalty. I want to know what's working well. What are some things that aren't going well? If you could be a lender for the day, what would you change? All right. Something direct would be, look, I know that referring out business to anybody, even referring a restaurant to your friend, is a very scary experience because you're putting your reputation on the line. You're risking your reputation by referring me. And I want you to know I don't take that lightly. I know that every time you refer me, you are risking that I could make you look bad. Maybe through poor follow-up, bad listening skills, not really building a relationship and being about that other client. Maybe just dropping the ball or closing late. Those are all the things that I know people in our industry do, and it's a risk every time you refer somebody. I also know it's a risk that when you hand out a referral, that's like a $10,000 commission check. And if you hand it to the wrong person that doesn't care for it the way you're caring for it, you could just lose money. They go to that next realtor, that next open house. And I want you to know that I recognize how big of a deal it is that if you and I get to a place of trust and you refer me, that I don't take that lightly. So as I pause, I want you guys to think, am I saying things like this? Am I showing up to that coffee meeting or that lunch and learn experience that I just landed because of Denise's script and saying things like that? If you're not, you're probably like most loan officers, because what I know is most loan officers are buddy selling. They are just being outgoing and charismatic and friendly and there, and hoping that over time they will figure out who you are and what your character is. Because yes, people do select you because they like you. They stick with you because you deliver. But at the end of the day, it's about your character and who you are. So I do a process, and I'm going to invite you guys at the end of this to do this with me. If you want to set up a one-on-one call, I'm like really in on helping loan officers who are just dead set on improving. You know, what I love talking to Phil this morning, we were strategizing about this event I'm hosting with Phil live in person in Reno in July, and then we're going to do a subsequent virtual, is he said, my goal is to help them get to a place where we realize we're consciously incompetent. Like if you become aware today, like, wow, my scripting is here, then what are the tools where you start becoming consciously competent, where you start going, oh, just like Deborah's saying, it's OFQ. Here are my strengths. I love that process as a coach more than anything. So I've got a loan officer and she said, yeah, Shayla, I'm not saying the things that you just said. I'm not being as bold. I said, yeah, you're hoping that people go, gosh, she's cute and she cares about customer service and she'll really hold their hand. And gosh, she really knows loans. I need her. I have to have her. That's not going to cut it. I would hope that if you're a professional in this industry, you really, really care about your clients. Otherwise, get out, right? I would hope that you really, really are going to hold people's hand and stay with them through the whole process. I really, really hope that you know how to do loans and technically be strong. Most of us are showing up to meetings going, this is why people refer me. No, they've got to feel like this person is going to solve my problem. So how do I do that? First of all, in the meeting, I'm asking so many questions. You want to talk about genuine curiosity? My husband laughs because you get with Shayla Gifford, and I mean, it's question. Like I really want to know who you are and what your strengths are and what you care about and what your experience has been and where you want to go. Because I can't propose a solution. I can't decide if I want to be your partner or do business with you or be all in if I don't know who you are. So then after I've done that, then the pleasantly aggressive part is articulating who I am and how I can help them. Okay. So one tool I use is called the Strength Finder. And so you can go to Gallup Strength Finder and spend $20 and get this done for you. Take a 45-minute assessment and it'll spit out your top 5 strengths. So I just exposed you, Allie, but I was coaching Allie and these are her top 5 strengths. Okay. She's futuristic. She has belief, responsibility, positivity, and developer. Now, those words might not mean a lot to you, but you go through this long report, 7 pages, and it really describes what those attributes mean, what those strengths are. The first reason you do this, guys, is because nobody is standing in your bathroom every morning and in your cars you're driving and going, Deborah, you're amazing. You can do this. You can get through any challenges. I know you're anxious about the big phone call today, but you are competent. You are capable. You are strong. I'm sorry. I would love to be in all of your offices and do that every day. I seriously would, but you better be doing it for yourself. So first, it's for you to remember, I am strong. I am powerful. There are characteristics in my character, who I am, that are going to make me the best partner for you. Because if you don't believe it, don't show up to the meeting. You've got to believe you're the right fit. Then second, you have to be able to articulate to somebody else in a way of why do they care? Why do they care that Allie is futuristic? How is that going to solve their problems? What does it even mean? So Allie, being powerfully present and pleasantly aggressive, would say, listen, I can't even tell you how much I've enjoyed this meeting. In fact, she might even have her hand on her heart because she's speaking directly from her heart. Like, I really appreciate your positivity. I love your goals and what you stand for. I love how gritty you are and that you're willing to do the work. And I know that when you refer somebody, you want an equal partner that's just as in as you are. And I can tell you, that's me. I am so in, especially with somebody like you, because I'm very careful about who I go into business with. one of the strengths that I'm proud of is that I'm futuristic. I'm always thinking ahead. I'm thinking for that client 2 or 3 or 4 years down the road. I'm thinking 3 or 4 or 5 months down the road. How do I prepare them on this pre-approval? How do I overcome their fears? How do I set them up so that we have the right goals being met, or that we get the offer accepted? I'm thinking about your business constantly and futuristically thinking, what can we do to be better together? I'm also like crazy responsible. And I just have to say it because sometimes I wait and hope that people figure this out. But the truth is that if I say I'm going to do it, I will do it. If I tell you I will call you back at 4 o'clock, I will call you back at 4 o'clock. If you don't hear from me ever, it's probably because I got hit by a bus. I'm like that committed to being a reliable person. And so I'm going to be straight up with you in my commitments. I'm never going to overcommit because I take responsibility for what I do commit and performing. So I'm going to stop there because I probably hit time. Did I hit time, Dave?
You hit time, but you killed it. I think you had a record number of hearts and claps. I loved everything. Phil Jones, what are your thoughts?
Well, what do I do with this, right? What do I do with this? Is Shayla, you have an infectious energy that cannot help but catalyze and bring other people with you. I think that just your presence is going to result in people deciding that they want to be able to travel on a journey with you. I think that's a fact. And this pleasantly aggressive, I don't know that's necessarily what you are. I think that you're confidently assertive. Like, you know who you are, you know the light that shines around you, and that you want to shine that light on others because you're so confident and certain in who you are. You have plenty to give away, plenty to be able to share with others. What else I like about what you're laying down here is you're showing up and you're being bold. And there's a saying that I share often, which is that clear beats clever. Like, you're not trying to be able to sugarcoat anything. You're just saying the brutal truth that says, I want your business. I'm here to achieve X. Here's the outcome that I'm looking for. And this is incredible if you're Shayla Gifford. If you're not yet there with where you are with your own personal confidence, that's a hard game to be able to play, because your inside voice isn't saying, cheering you on and whooping and hollering and getting you to where you want to be. Your inside voice is still looking over the shoulder and talking about the person you were yesterday into your ear. And if confidence comes before competence, the risk is that shows up as arrogance. Let me repeat, if confidence comes before competence, that risks showing up as arrogance. So what we're looking to be able to do is to remind ourselves that we are a proven success story. An action that everybody here listening in right now could take to help them grow the superhuman strength that Shayla Gifford has is to remember that they're a proven success story. And you can do so by not focusing on your to-do list. Instead, go focus on your done-it list and write yourself a list of everything you've achieved in your life since learning to walk. I promise you it's going to be a fairly impressive list. All the things that you've managed to be overcome, all the things that you've managed to be able to go and achieve. Be brave and bold about just how much of a badass that you are at this moment in time, and watch how that starts to be able to feed you juju of being able to be more like Shayla. There's a lot of talk about saying, how do you be yourself? How do you be more like yourself? How do you be authentic? For some of you that actually aren't where you want to be right now, the person you shouldn't show up as is yourself. You should think about showing up as the future you. The person that you want to be able to grow onto, the person that was born out of the existing version of yourself that gives you the ability to reinvent. And as humans, we have the ability to be able to do that. You can be a better version of yourself tomorrow than you are today. You can decide to be able to level up over the next 6 months and step into a new character of yourself, not somebody new character of self. And you have to borrow Shayla's voice screaming in your ear in order to be able to achieve that outcome. Then go do it until that what you can do is train your inside voice to be more like Shayla's voice. Do that for starters. So many great things in what you laid down, but you need that juju to be able to deliver at that level. Some of the ways you can soften some of the bold asks is by removing certainty and inserting curiosity. So when Shayla shows up and says, I want, that can be delivered from your vantage point. That's harder to deliver from somebody that's newer in the business. If they swapped I want with what would it take to,
Yes.
Now, all of a sudden, what we've got is leverage. We've got the ability to be able to have them map out a path. And for newer agents, sometimes you might be able to say things to the likes of a Todd Bookspan and say, what would it take to win your business? And now he might just tell you. Might just tell you is that if you can do blank and 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 prove that to me over the next 18 months, then we can talk. So you know the roadmap for growth. And that still means you can reach high, and just know that sometimes it might take some time to get there. Some other quick things that I'll add to this as well is let's know the risk of the game that we're playing. Is Shayla pulled out a fact that is people don't want to look bad and they don't want to lose money. And she said the importance of being able to make introductions sometimes can be scary. All of this is true. I don't know if I'd reach for the word scary. I'd probably replace it with the word risky or important.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, like we didn't have to call something scary. We can label it more cleanly, knowing that clear beats clever. It's risky. It's your reputation on the line. It's not necessarily scary. It's important. It's your reputation on the line. It's not necessarily scary. But the thing that people are really, really concerned about, if you want to show you care for them, isn't that you care about their mortgage and isn't that you care about what's happened with their day. It's you care about the bigger picture. You do know that nobody wants to buy a house, correct? Right? Everybody listening in. Nobody wants to buy a house and nobody wants to sell a house. People want to buy a house because people want to sell a house because. If you can get crystal clear about what their because is, so you can see it in 4D and that you can become a servant to helping them realize their because, that's how you stay in long-term conversations and in long-term relationships. I've had numerous conversations through all of my property dealings globally with loan officers that have been helpful, remarkably pleasant in a fragment moment in time where they've delivered me either a proof of funds or a pre-approval or some insights about rates and payments for a particular idea I had at a time that then never realized itself and then never heard from that person again without them actually really knowing what I was trying to do big picture. They thought I was trying to buy this one house. What I was trying to do was to work on something that was more significant than that. Learn the bigger picture, and then you can learn the role you play in the play, not the role you play in the moment, and you can play the longer game. And if you try to explain to somebody that you have the right solution for them, what sometimes they'll do is they'll try to explain to you that they don't have that problem.
Right.
Think about this from an agent to agent, right? You've got all the solutions for them. Every agent doesn't have those problems. If you can show a real estate agent that you understand their problem, then they'll trust you with the solution. And I think that's what you're doing here, Shayla, on repeat, is you're showing up, and the same was true with Denise, is that you're aware of what is happening with the emotional intelligence of the person you're looking to influence. So you're just a micro moment ahead of them, suggesting that you have the answer to the problem that they have in the front of their field of vision. That's the nuance through all of this. And, you know, everybody who's showing up right now, I'm like, who do I choose for my next mortgage? You're all a bunch of superstars. Is quite clearly not only passionate about the profession, but passionate about the people that you serve as well. So that's what I have to share on what Shayla had to say.
Love all of that. I hope everybody wrote down clever.
This is your page of
clever.
notes.
Yeah, clear beats clever. I loved when Shayla said, don't buddy sell. You got to be valuable, guys. And one of the ways you show that you care is you make sure you deliver a total cost analysis. So you ask great questions, you connect, and then you deliver something of extreme value. Now, guys, we know we're running behind, but it's not every day you have Phil available to do this kind of coaching. So we're going to still try to bring Myron back in. Myron is going to do one script, and then we'll bring on Shashank. Myron, you get one more chance. How's the internet coming there, buddy? And you're on mute if you're talking. Myron, we're not hearing you. I think you're on mute or we're having some issue. Well, we got to make sure we tell Myron how much we appreciate everyone who knows him. I will get his script record. Or Myron, are you there? One more chance? No, it's not working.
No sound.
No sound. But hey, Myron, we will record this on Zoom. We will get this into the YouTube channel. Thank you so much for trying to make this work while you were on trip in an airport. Thank you, brother. All right, Todd, I'll hand it off to you to bring on our next speaker later.
Well, if you haven't figured out why we were so excited to have Phil as our co-host, I'm sure you all figured it out by now. And I really love the whole idea of curiosity and that we all have a need for it. And as Phil said, learn bigger picture. I'm thinking, right, it's all about relationship, right? We're trying to connect. And so I'm super excited to bring on Shashank Shakur. Now, Shashank, I've had the pleasure years ago, pre-COVID, to speak on stage, and I've always been impressed with everything he's done. He recently won a Stevie Award, which is it's like winning like an Oscar for business. So welcome, Shashank. We're happy to have you here.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks for having me.
Oh, our pleasure. Our pleasure. All right. So why don't you just jump right in and start talking?
Sure. Have you ever wondered why some scripts fail miserably while others work wonders? The answers might just lie in the principles of influence. Hi, my name is Shashank Shakur. I'm the founder and CEO of InstaMortgage. And here I'm going to talk about 4 principles of persuasion that you can use with all the scripts that you're getting from all these rock stars. So you have gotten some scripts already. You will be getting some more as the show goes along. But really what I'm here to talk about is it's not just the scripts itself, but more, what are the principles of psychology? What are the principles of persuasion that you can use to get better results from those scripts? So there are several principles. Some of them Robert Cialdini talks about in his book, Psychology, Principles of Persuasion. I'll be talking about 4 out of those that I have used for years in my business to get to the level where I have. The number one principle that has really worked for me through years is the principle of reciprocity. Now, it may sound very basic, the fact that this principle is based on the idea that people feel obliged to give back when someone does something for them. By offering something of value or doing a favor for someone, you can increase the likelihood of them reciprocating. Now, there was a famous Mint experiment or a Mint survey that was done with restaurant waiters. So when waiters were giving the final check, and they were given, of course, some tips, that was one. And then they actually gave the check with some mint with it. And that significantly increased the tips that they were getting, which was surprising, is because mint by itself costs just pennies, but the increase in tips was quite significant. And that shows that the people who were receiving the mint had in some way thought that they had to reciprocate. And that's really the principle of reciprocation. So how do you use this in your business as a mortgage loan officer? Now, you could do that the same with borrowers. There have been tons of really good scripts about how do you get people to work with you. But even before that, even before you deliver that script, if you were to give something of value, and that could be several things that we can do. You can give them free guides, you can give them free tools, you can give them free calculators, you can give them free consultation, anything and everything that can help them in their journey of home ownership or refinancing, whatever they're doing. Then it becomes really important for them to see that, okay, all of this is being given to me with no expectation. How do I reciprocate that? And your chances of working with them or them working with you increases significantly when you do that. It's same with real estate agents. Some of you might not know I got in the business in 2008 with $1,900 of savings and 3 people that I knew in the entire country. And then went on to become the top 200 in Scotsman 5 years later, and have been on that list. Last year was number 15 in the country on National Mortgage News top producers ranking. And a lot of that really has come from real estate agent referral business. And that was built on law of reciprocity, so to say, which is the fact that for me, it was always about how do I provide value before I ask for business. And again, it's the same thing for you, is that you can do that by giving them a book that they might find useful, notes from a conference that you attended, like something like this. Maybe you're taking notes already and you are able to provide it to some of the real estate agents you want to work with. Invitation to a class that you might be doing, someone else is teaching, a recording of a class of videos. There are so many possible options and avenues that you can provide to a real estate agent before you ask for business. So that's your principle of reciprocity. Let's get to the second principle that I want to talk about, which is principle of commitment and consistency. Now, this principle says that people generally strive to be consistent with their words, beliefs, and actions. Once they make a public commitment to take a small step towards something, they are more likely to stay committed and take further steps in that direction. And you would have seen that example yourself when you book something on OpenTable or you book something with a restaurant. They send you 2 or 3 reminders on text saying, hey, are you going to show up for that appointment, for that reservation? Type yes if you're going to show up. By typing yes 2 or 3 times, you're kind of committing to the process. And by doing that, the restaurants minimize their chances of no-shows. And that's just getting you to commit to something. And again, with the mortgage example, the way you can use that with borrowers is that if you have an online form on your site, you start with easy questions. You get them to answer questions like, hey, what's your mortgage balance? What's your interest rate? Where are you thinking of buying? The more they get committed to the process of filling the form, as they come later to the later part of the form completion, where they have to give their name or they have to give their email, some of the more sensitive information, they are already more committed to the process. And so they will go ahead and complete that form. It's the same thing when you're trying to get business from real estate agents, whether they are listing agents or buyer agent. At the beginning of the loan process, if you were to ask them saying, hey, if I do a great job of this loan process, I close on time with no fires along the way, and the client is happy and your sellers are happy and everybody else is happy, would it be okay if we sat down for a coffee and I understood more about your business? That's asking for a commitment right at the beginning of the process. If you repeat it for them to commit to the same thing, say during the loan process, chances of you getting that meeting at the end of the loan process is significantly higher, because again, it's the principle of commitment and consistency. If people commit to something and if they repeat that commitment 2 or 3 times, chances of them meeting that commitment or delivering of that commitment, it's significantly higher. Let's talk about the third principle here, which is social proof or consensus. Now, what this principle tells us is that people tend to look to others for guidance on how to behave in certain situations. When individuals are uncertain about what to do, they often rely on the actions and behaviors of others as a form of social proof. Now, what this means is that, especially when it comes to home buying, which, as we know, is the biggest financial decision practically everyone takes, it's a big decision. And so people are looking for social proof all the time. So that's why having that online presence, when people are searching you on Google, having those online reviews where people are talking about the fact that, hey, I worked with Shashank and he was amazing, is great, is because that's what happens, is that they are looking for that social proof. Hey, I'm not making that mistake. Shayla, I think, was talking about this, is that when you're going to a realtor and asking for business, one thing in their head is running is that, am I making a mistake by giving them this referral? Is because potentially my entire reputation is at risk. Similarly, for borrowers or home buyers, I mean, it's almost their entire life is at risk. At least at that point of time, that's what they believe, is because that's a home that they're going to buy. And they don't want to trust or work with a loan officer where there's no social proof for them. So it's very important that you build that online presence. I'll give you an example of one time when a client reached out to me and said they wanted to refinance. And I gave them a really solid deal, and they were saving about $200 a month on that refinance. But it was a very big loan amount. And the borrower comes to me and says, yeah, that's great, but $200 a month is not good enough for me. And so I'm not going to move forward. Now, I could have just stopped there and just let it go. But what I did was I sent a follow-up email. I said, that's great that you don't want to move forward with $200 savings. And I totally understand that that may not be significant or substantial for you. But let me tell you, 92% of the people that I work with who refinance with me save less than $200 a month on an average. And you know what happened next? He went ahead and completed the online application. That's consensus. That's social proof. He's like, oh, if 92% of people are doing it, I must be stupid not to do this. That's the social proof consensus part of it. And that's something that you want to use in your favor when you're trying to get more business. You can do the same thing with real estate agents. When I talk to listing agents where my buyer has made an offer, I try to find a connection in the same office that I have worked with some other real estate agents. If somebody is working at Berkshire Hathaway, I said, oh, you are with the Berkshire Hathaway Palo Alto office. I work with Susie in the same office. We have worked on a couple of transactions in the past. That's social proof. That's not just a general social proof saying I work with some realtor, someone in the neighborhood, but I actually work with a realtor who is in your office. That's a very precise and a specific kind of a social proof that I'm providing for them to really like or trust me, even though they don't know me from before. So that was a social proof or consensus principle. And that brings me to a really, really important part of scripting, which is who delivers this script really matters. Because you hear, again, some of these top loan officers talking about scripts, they get significantly higher results or better results than you are getting. And you're wondering, why is that? Why is that they are using the same script and getting better results while I'm using that script and not getting as good a result that I should have? And that's because who delivers the script matters. And you may not like it as because you're like, okay, I am not that person yet, and which is totally fine. But that brings me to the principle of authority. The principle of authority says that people have a natural tendency to obey figures of authority. By establishing and demonstrating expertise, credibility, and social status, individuals can leverage the principle of authority to influence others. And what that means is what's something that I have done practically all my life. Again, as I mentioned, that in 2008, I really have had nothing going for me. But in 2009, I started blogging. I was one of the only 5 or 6 mortgage bloggers in the industry back then. And since then, I've not just blogged, I've written 3 books. I speak all over the country. I write for Forbes and Inc. and Housing Wire and everybody else. All of this brings principle of authority. When people want to work with someone, especially for a high ticket size, a high involvement transaction like buying a home, they are looking to work with somebody who has credibility, who has reputation. And what that did for me is that even being in the San Francisco Bay Area, where my rates are consistently higher than most banks' rates and most credit unions' rate, these home buyers tend to work with me is because they're like, we don't want to mess it up. We want to work with somebody who is an expert in the field. And that's why it's important that you follow some of those things. You work on building your brand. And it could be whatever is that you feel comfortable with, whether you are comfortable with words, then blogging, something that I have done for a long period of time might be good for you. If you're great with videos, of course, you can work with video marketing. If you're great just with audios, podcasting could be your one thing. It doesn't matter what's your medium, what's the message is really important. So focus on the message, work on a medium that you're comfortable with, but start building that. Building authority could take months, sometimes years, like it did for me. But once you build that authority, then that principle of authority, where people tend to gravitate to people, or people tend to give business to people who have that authority status, it's something that can bring you business. So really, there you have the 4 principles of persuasion, 4 principles of influence that I talked about: the principle of reciprocity, principle of commitment and consistency, principle of social proof or consensus, and finally, the principle of authority. As I said, there are several other principles, but these 4 should really hold you in good stead if you're trying to get those scripts that these rock stars are giving you today, and then get better results from this.
Thank you, Shashank. And Phil, what are your thoughts?
What I give commentary on here is I think you've done a wonderful job of sharing 4 of Professor Robert Cialdini's principles from his body of work, and absolutely providing some application towards how they can show up in the mortgage space. Is lots of good tactical, practical things here. And when we think about the methodology and how we bring it towards scripting in particular, and the conversations that are people having in the mortgage world, I'm going to try and make this super practical. So when you talk about reciprocity, i.e. somebody does something for you and then something gets done in return, is what is somebody feeling? And I'm asking this of everybody else when they're here on this chat right now. What is somebody feeling in their heart when reciprocity is triggered? How are they feeling when reciprocity is triggered? Because I think this might help you find a moment that is imperative. And I'm looking at the chat. How is somebody feeling? And they're feeling good, MK saying grateful, they're feeling taken care of, they're feeling grateful, and gratitude and gratefulness and cared for is all parts of what's right here. But if somebody's feeling grateful, what words do they mouth? If somebody is feeling grateful, what words do they mouth? Bingo, right? Well, like, I got this one. They're saying the words thank you. When somebody says thank you, they're not just feeling grateful, they feel something slightly different. Past gratitude, in fact. When somebody says thank you, what they're actually feeling is indebted. When is the best time to ask anybody for anything? It's in the moment when they feel indebted, not obligated, indebted. It's different. Obligated is forced, indebted is by choice. So they're feeling indebted, and in turn, that's the perfect time to be able to ask. So some great ideas of ebooks, invitations, sharing, gifting, etc., in order to be able to create gratitude that creates feeling of indebtedness. What that means to you, though, is set these little antennas to listen to thank yous. And when they say thank you to you, don't just pat yourself on the back and think, dang, I did a great job. When they say thank you, think, aha, they feel indebted to me. What on earth can I ask for? So increase the thank yous, just like what was being shared with Shashank's great advice around gifting and advising and providing opportunities for. But no, those are your moments to ask. And think in your own world right now that when somebody says thank you, how ready are you with a sequence of words to be able to make the invitation or ask as what the next step is. So you're not just having your own pride party about your brilliance, you're catalyzing the next movement, the next action following thank yous. Some thoughts also around commitment, particularly for new loan officers here or newer loan officers. Often what gets shared when people step into a new career is people say, well, you just need to speak to your friends and family, and your friends and family will support you with business. And then you become an LO and you reach out to your best friend who's about to buy a house and you look to support them with their mortgage, and they're scared and they're nervous about it. Or you speak to your family members or your past employee colleagues about how you might be able to help them, and they're like, really? And they're nervous. The people that are closest to you find it remarkably hard to see you in any new light as you go through a period of change. They're the hardest people to be able to convince about what it is that you're doing could be new for them. And the simple rule to understand past that is that nobody wants to be a part of your test. What do I mean by that? Nobody wants to be able to pin their badge towards you and your next chapter in your career if you're not fully committed to it. So you just keep showing up, keep showing up, keep showing up, and sharing the stories of the people that you help will win the trust of those individuals that are closest to you. And maybe you need to find some strangers before those closest to you will deliver that trust. And that would be my point about commitment. Now, on social proof, I think there are some scripts that you need to write, some scripts that you need to work on. We know reviews are important. You made it crystal clear about how reviews are important. And the market that we're in right now, I think, needs a different type of review than what the market required in the past. Historically, it was like, met LO, he was great, she was great, lovely person, really kind, knowledgeable, and they would give in the moment reviews. What would I be looking for right now is I'd be writing scripts to say, could I get a second review from somebody who's already reviewed me about how I've helped them 6, 9, 11, 15 months down the tracks, even when I'm not being paid? Could I get long-term reviews of people that I've worked with for a sustained period of time? Could I get case studies and full detailed in-depth reviews that didn't just say, nice girl, knew her stuff, got me mortgage, but actually showed a level of expertise at a higher level? Now what do? We insert reciprocity, we listen for thank yous, we show our commitment over a period of time, and then what we're doing is developing a higher level of social proof than what everybody else has in the marketplace, moving yourself into a position of one, which then finishes on this competence piece, this competence piece being somewhere near essential. You don't reach competence without experience. So give yourself the gift of betterment. How do you get better? How do you get better? How do you get better? Dave, with your permission, I just want to bring this back towards scripting for a second. Is people in the chat, just tell me what we think about scripts, honestly. Good thing or bad thing? Good thing or bad thing? What do we think?
Guys, let's be active. Good thing. Great. Love scripts.
And people clearly believe that because they're at Script-A-Palooza, right? That's why the majority of people are going to jump into this. They're already sold on this idea. So let's play the other side of that for a second. What are some of the reasons that we dislike scripts? What are some of the things that have us less than desiring scripts? And I'm catching this pretty much here, and I'm hearing sounds robotic, I'm hearing inauthentic, I'm hearing doesn't sound natural, there's monotony, sounds salesy, feels canned, sounds robotic, scripted, feels staged, feels fake. Wow, wow, wow. If we're going to level up our competence, let's play with this for a second. Have you ever seen a movie that brought you to tears, made you cry? I hate to break it to you. It was an actor reading a script. It wasn't though, right? It wasn't an actor reading a script. It was an actor performing a script. What were they performing a script as? They weren't performing as themselves. They were performing as somebody else. They were stepping into character. They were performing a script and they learned that script inside out. They understood the character because they understood the moment that the director was asking them to be able to show up for, because they were a pro at what they do. It's also, though, true in the movie business that some of the best movie moments in the planet have happened when the actor decided to do what? They decided to go off script. I repeat, they decided to go off script. They didn't decide to wing it. They didn't decide to make it up. They decided to go off script. Now, to decide to go off script, what needed to exist? A script. To make the decision to go off script, a script needs to exist. And to make the decision to go off script, you need to be pro enough to say, this moment requires something different of me than what I had pre-planned or what was pre-planned for me. That's what a professional actor does in that moment. They make a bold decision to go off script because they think it's going to serve the moment better. What else happens when you get to pro level is, because you know what it is you're going to say, you stay in the moment. You don't go ahead of the moment. You don't go behind the moment. Did you know that the human brain cannot perform, write, and edit at the same time? It cannot perform, write, and edit at the same time. I repeat, it cannot perform, write, and edit at the same time. Yet what many of you here are doing when you're going into high stakes moments is you're performing in the moment whilst writing for the moment, whilst editing what just happened in the moment. We wonder why we find it so hard. Be honest with yourself. Is how many of the moments do you step into are truly unique? How many are truly unique? Now, I know that they have differences, but they're not necessarily all different. And what a pro would do is they'd be ready to approach that moment with some form of readiness. And one of the key pieces in all of our work that we deliver at Exactly What to Say is our first cornerstone of conversational excellence, which is the worst time to think about the thing you're going to say is in the moment you're saying it. So if we're going to lean in here and say that competence is the answer, I think as an industry as a whole, we could have said that we were a 10 out of 10 at the old way of doing things, and we could well say we're a 4 out of 10 of the new way of doing things. We could well make that decision today and say, how do we level up? Because I'm certain that you have templated documents, correct? On your desktop, in your Dropbox, on your Google Drive for the moments you bump into on repeat, on repeat, on repeat. And we find ourselves in these moments with spoken word, thinking that we need to make it up as we go along. If we can get ready, then that's the level of competence that I think a LO professional is going to need to be able to level up to. And I think that's what's highlighted by Shashank's viewpoint around how to approach the whole process right now. Not a quick-witted, funky little script that's going to get you over the line. It's saying that what you have to be able to do is you have to show up and deliver value that reciprocates. You have to show up with a level of commitment that says that you're in it for the long game. And you have to show up knowing that you are proving you are what you say you are, not just saying you are something. And then having the level of competence to be able to excel at that over a sustained period of time. So maybe decide today that you're in this for the long term and not for a good time, and see what is required from what's been shared with all the excellent professionals that have delivered up until right now to say, how do you elevate to a new standard of professionalism? So sorry for my little sideline there as well. I just thought it was useful to get some viewpoint on scripting that Shashank just prompted in my thought process.
On fire is what I'm seeing. Everybody is loving what you're doing. Amazing reactions. Mr. Bookspan, do you want to introduce Kelly Zitlow, our next guest, or you want me to?
You know, I almost feel like Kelly needs no introduction. I think when we think about video, when we think about someone who just brings the fire every time, it is Kelly Zitlow. And I know we've got on a note on here that you're going to be talking about strategies with buyers before they buy on Instagram. So let's rock and roll. Kelly, good to see you.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, Kelly, it's so good to have you.
So great to be here. Well, today I was going to talk a little bit about what I'm seeing in the market and just some strategies that I think would be really helpful, especially for newer loan originators. And Phil talked about it, but having the plan of what this market condition is bringing is key. So we have a client right now, a past client of mine, moved here from Colorado 2 years ago and is now moving to New Mexico. And inevitably, he has a house that he needs to sell in order to buy, or does he? And I think that when we think about strategy, it's one of those things that there's really 3 different scopes of strategy for this particular buyer. And I just want to encourage everybody to kind of dig deep and get the homework dialed in. Now, this is an amazing group, but if you have newer loan officers or newer LOAs on your team, these types of strategies could be helpful. So I'm going to go ahead and just pull up the Mortgage Coach and kind of show you real life of what we showed this buyer. Now, ultimately, his risk level was wanting to purchase the New Mexico house and sell Arizona. But when he spoke to us initially, his house in Arizona wasn't even under contract yet. And what happened? He did find the house in New Mexico that he went under contract on and needed to remove the contingency. So I don't know about where you guys are, but here in the Phoenix metro area, as well as New Mexico, where he's buying, it was moving to a seller's market. Again, when we think about seller's market, we think about removing contingencies. We think about removing, inspections sometimes. We think about fast closes and all that type of stuff. So it feels like it's kind of been this hurry up and wait type of tempo over the last 18 months. Well, I'm here to tell you this stuff is back and this market is back for certain parts of the country. So with this buyer, we removed the contingency because we were able to bring him as a temporary solution, a bridge loan. Now, a bridge loan, some of you have, some of you don't, but we have one where we were able to cross-collateralize both properties, the Arizona property together with New Mexico, and show him that option. But if you know anything about bridge financing, it's not super cheap and certainly not the most cost-effective approach. So when we built this out, we showed him strategy A, strategy B, strategy C, and kind of dug into the details. So I'm going to share really quick let's see here.
Well, Kelly is pulling that up, guys. Share in chat how many people are having to be more creative than ever to help families figure out, hey, should I sell and move up? Should I rent and move up? This is a massive pain point in today's market. And yeah, absolutely every deal, lots of creativity. Boom. So your script couldn't be more on point. I want to remind folks, I let every speaker pick their scripts. I'm like, hey, you know the audience, you know what we're talking to. What do you want to share? So Kelly, rock it out. We see it.
All right. So unique or contingent versus non-contingent. So this is the strategy. So first scenario, we're showing straight, assuming contingent, house in Arizona closes prior to or simultaneous with New Mexico, the cleanest one. He's excited. Yes, yes, yes. And that's what we're showing, 20% down. Now, we did bring to him the same type of scenario, also contingent on Arizona closing simultaneous, but we showed him a 7-year ARM. ARMs are hot. Again, we know that. We've been in this ARM environment for the last couple of years, and we have a unique ARM that really fit, and that's actually the loan that he ended up locking with, but we wanted to show him options. So both scenario 1, both scenario 2, contingent on Arizona. Well, guess what? He gets under contract. He's calling me last weekend. The buyer on Arizona needs to now close after New Mexico. What do we do? Well, now he doesn't have the 20% down payment. So strategy 1, strategy 2, put him on the back burner. And now we've got to get back into 2 of the initial strategies that we showed, which is 1, using that temporary bridge loan, which isn't ideal, but it's an option, or strategy number 4. And this is what I really wanted to remind everybody of. And that is, with a Fannie Mae loan, if the buyer is selling a house and all the contingencies are removed from the buyer of their house. So in this case, if the Arizona buyer gets through all of their financing contingencies, appraisal contingency, and they have approval without any prior to doc conditions, then we don't have to count the Arizona house in the down payment or in the debt to income ratio. However, we still had to solve for down payment. So strategy number 4 is kind of cool. And I really want to make sure y'all are thinking about this, is recast, recast, recast. So what we did was we came back into strategy number 4, showing that $795 purchase price, doing minimum down to keep it the conforming loan limit, which was the 726.2 number, and realizing that that's going to be temporary because he's going to have to take that out. Arizona would close after New Mexico. And then in 2 months, he'll bring back the proceeds from Arizona and do a principal reduction. We'll recast the loan at that point in time. That does mean that his payment's higher. He's paying mortgage insurance in this scenario, but it solves for the ability to buy New Mexico without closing on Arizona first. So lots of moving pieces here, but that recast option is bold for 2 scenarios. 1, if they have the down payment, which he did, to be able to do about a 9% down without selling the Arizona house. And 2, as long as that buyer was through all of their financing contingencies, because he cannot qualify without selling Arizona or without the contingencies being removed on the Arizona property, which means that our last and ultimate loan of last resort, but it's still available, is that bridge loan. So what we're doing is essentially, guys, we are running 3 different scenarios simultaneous because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. So for example, the buyer on his Arizona property, we're getting weekly loan status updates from their lender. We are certainly monitoring, but y'all know how it works. I mean, sometimes you just get down to the end of the day, and if that buyer can't perform and remove the contingencies prior to New Mexico closing and close Arizona on time, we are back in the game with a bridge loan. So, right, I mean, just a lot of different strategies and thought that has to go into this type of market. You know, this buyer was so just like, there's so much emotion taking place. And when I spoke with him last week, and it just reminded me of, we are so much more than just mortgage advisors. Many times we're the people that are just helping them reset, refocus, reevaluate in the moment when tensions are high and emotions are high. And, you know, he wasn't even, he was questioning whether his real estate agent was giving him the best advice, not because he didn't trust him, but because you guys know how it is when emotions run that high, you're just like looking for answers, and to be able to pull up the cost analysis and walk him through it again and just, hey, Richard, from the beginning, here were our strategies. We still have all of these options. It's okay. Let's kind of go through that. And just to kind of be that sounding board is such an important part of what we do as an industry. And I just want to remind everybody that this is so much more than just loans. This is truly about giving that confidence in the education and the guidance that buyers need now more than ever, because we are in that limited inventory environment, which means seller's market, which means we're going to see more and more of these types of scenarios.
Bravo, Kelly. Great creativity. Mr. Phil Jones, what are your thoughts?
Well, this one's complex, right? This one's complex. And I enjoyed listening to that, Kelly, as well. And super job on just being prepared to get into the mess with a client as well. And I think that's part of the job that people look to avoid, right? Is sometimes people will just deliver them the information and then go into hiding, expecting that the client can do all of the decision making themselves. And what you're doing here is you're being prepared to say, this is ugly, it's challenging, it's complex. And when you look at all of those scenarios mapped out, many of them look like, well, do you want a punch in the face, a knee in the groin, an elbow to the ribs? Like, which of these versions of difficult and challenging is the one that you're looking to be able to run down? And you started to be able to explain that to people with huge competence and huge confidence and huge calmness, which I think would be very, very reassuring to somebody who's on the receiving end of it, which is what people are looking for in markets like right now, right? They're looking for clarity, and clarity with confidence, and your ability to be able to deliver that was huge. Thank you for bringing something very real, not hypothetical. Thank you for bringing something that is ridiculously relevant right now. And thank you for reminding everybody that this is a people business, trying to help people solve real life dilemmas that are challenging them or standing in their way. In our world, we say,
I
Go on, Kelly.
appreciate that, Phil. I do want to make a note in the chat. Everybody is kind of chiming in about recast. Absolutely, without a doubt, make sure you have the details of the investor you're selling to. In our case, it's 2 payments and we can recast any dollar amount, but not every investor is going to have that. So I love the fact that you all are engaging and throwing that out there. So be sure you know the detail.
There are some risks when you come up with these answers, right? Because what you look at sometimes is you think there's a puzzle, and then through your creativity and your knowledge of the mortgage world is that you're like, I think I can figure it out. I've got it. And then you can jump straight into the client scenario, and it can feel like it's overwhelmed. It can feel like it's drinking from a fire hose, and it can create chaos and confusion. What Kelly executed so brilliantly here was practice through the fact that slowing the process down can speed the outcome up. Remarkably patient, remarkably detailed in being able to map out what each of the other options are, all personified by the fact that you had detached yourself from any of those outcomes. There was no, here's what I think you should do is, there was an explanation of pros and cons, and very much personifying that clear beats clever. We've got some complexities in all of these, but you made it seem very, very simple for people to be able to work through. And also reminded us that people make decisions based on emotion and not logic. So the risk is here is that what we can do is that we can get too excited about getting to the solution or getting to the outcome. But if the person doesn't come with you, then what we've got is more chaos to be able to undo. How do we just make this a little tighter for people? I think sometimes is that we can create funnels to help lead people through that decision-making process. What I believe our job is that we are professional mind maker-uppers, or that we are decision catalysts. Is indecision is the enemy. People spinning on the spot is what stands in our way. We could build a question stack even out of our work at Exactly What to Say here, where you can gain control in a conversation. When somebody presents you a problem, you could say, for example, well, what do you understand about all of your different options to be able to get this done? Instantly, the other person is going to say a version of, well, I don't understand all of my options. What you can then do is you can then probably break it down into 3 different categories, is that you can go this way, or this way, and start to be able to simplify. But before you do that, you might say, well, how would you feel if? And then we can start to be able to present some good news, some bad news, and some emotional responses. So how would you feel if you lost out in the property in New Mexico because you weren't clear to close? Our man would be devastated. We need this house. This is the next chapter of our life. Our family dependent upon it, right? So, oh, it matters. Okay, this matters. And how would you feel if we could maybe get you to a position of close without it being contingent upon the sale of your house in Phoenix? Oh, you could do that? Okay. And how would you feel if we could make that all happen so you could meet the existing timeline, so you could be living in New Mexico as early as August? Wow, that would be amazing. Our family would love that. Right now we've got it's worth it. Then you present, well, the way I see it is you have 3 options. Is what you could do is that you could still hustle to be able to make up a meaningful down payment. What you could do is look for a riskier bridge loan, or what you could do is you could come here and you'd have a reduced amount to be able to close, and you'd still be able to do this, and you could recast and blah, 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 blah. Out of those 3 options, which one do you think is going to give you the most confidence? Well, I'm probably going to go here. So still think about that, although that what you've got is all of this different, really creative, really intelligent work about solving a client's problem, presented patiently and beautifully and with grace, is still how do you sharpen the sword to make those paths very much easier to pick? How do you slow down to say, it's worth it. I definitely don't want to be stuck. I understand that you're the expert. And I understand I got 3 paths forward, but they're not equally weighted. That way is what you're really saying. And then they move with confidence as opposed to confusion, because we're reminded that clear beats clever. We're reminded that clear beats clever. But Kelly, you did an exceptional job. So bravo.
Thank you.
Todd, anything you want to say before I get ready to bring on Nicole Ruth and share a few of my takeaways from Kelly?
Well, I'm always just blown away when Phil gets talking. I think there's just so much to unpack here. So Phil, how do you feel about doing a deeper dive into these tactics behind exactly what to say with loan officers at a future date?
I love this work, Todd. So I'm just warming up and getting started. And I think what more and more people should see is that that there's science behind this, there's practice, there's method. It's not winging it. And the reason that we can respond on this stuff so quickly is because of reps and then the reverse engineering of said method. So yeah, I'd love to, Todd. I don't know what that would look like. I'm sure that we could curate on something that would be remarkably valuable. And you know as well as I do, if you don't ask, you don't get. So thanks for asking in front of what is now 1.5 thousand LOs and creating some, what was it we learned earlier is well, not reciprocity, but true indebtedness. So now I have to say yes, right?
Well, I figured with both Deborah and I, deep down the path with you as exactly what to say guides, maybe there'd be an opportunity for the three of us to do something together.
Yeah, count me in, brother.
All right. So my email, I'll throw it in the chat, is just todd@winbynoon.com. Just put in the subject of an email EWTS for exactly what to say. And then I'll follow up with you, Phil and Deborah, and we will get something on the books to invite you all to take a deeper dive. Thanks, Phil.
We got you.
All right. So Kelly, you absolutely killed it. Loved seeing the total cost analysis as part of your script. And just want to remind folks, guys, this is not just another year in mortgage. Those types of conversations where you're having to help families navigate. Do I stay in this home? Do I rent it out and move up? Do I sell it and give up that 2 or 3% interest rate? Like, these are decisions that you're going to have to do more than ever. Guys, there is an advice revolution happening in the mortgage industry. The best loan officers in America, they're not delivering price, they're delivering advice. If you're still delivering a fee worksheet like it's 1999, we're here to push you to be a mortgage coach, to go beyond the status quo and deliver a total cost analysis to every client. Make sure they're getting options, make sure they look at the cost over time, and make sure they're looking how to build wealth with real estate. Our next speaker is going to talk about that. I do want to remind folks at savageinsights.com, if anyone wants to learn more about Mortgage Coach, Trust Engine, everything that we're doing, there'll be a link at the top of Savage Insights. But I want to bring on our next guest. Nicole Ruth is the #1 team in the state of Colorado. But to me, more important than the number of families she serves, which are a lot, she's having incredible success. It's the fact, it's her tagline, build wealth with real estate. She understands that being a mortgage professional in the future goes beyond closing loans. It's how to help people build wealth with real estate. So Nicole, walk us through and share your value prop. What does that mean? And how do you describe that to customers and realtors in a way that helps you be so successful?
I love this. Thank you so much for inviting me to join you today. And it's so funny because Dave, when you first were like, hey, come join Script-A-Palooza, I'm like, I don't do scripts. So this is like the anti-script. And really, it's just a mindset. And I love everything that's been said so far. I've been on since the beginning and just listening to some of the word choices, the confidently assertiveness, right? The reciprocity, all of the things that I weave into every conversation every single day. And it's not scripted. It comes from in here. It's like core generated, and I can't help but be that person in that conversation. So as I was thinking about our time here today, I started to kind of think about how would I start? So I do want to land on the building wealth through real estate and where we go with our brand and our conversations and how I spin that into helping a client get off the fence and into action and create a client where there was a renter or where there was uncertainty or instability or insecurity, and create this confidently assertive buyer for my real estate agents. And my agents know that if they sit a client in front of us, that's what's going to happen. But first, before I go knee deep into my thing, I want to relate it to your thing, because it's super important that you do this with whatever it is that you do. So whether you are into physician loans, like we know Josh Metal is, or first-time home buyers, or condos, or horse property, or whatever it is, VA buyers, USDA buyers, when you're focused on a thing that brings you passion, that gets you excited to get up in the morning and to do this job, you will start finding that you are intensely involved in every conversation where your passion comes through. So finding that thing that you get excited about, what is that conversation, or who is your avatar? What is your brand? And then aligning everything to it. So what is your tagline? What is your marketing? What are the stories that you're using? What's the presentation slide decks and the conversation starters should be in alignment with whatever that is. And then last, it was to find your voice in the confidence of that thing, whatever it is. Like if I get like excited about working with condo developers and actually building skyscrapers, we got a ton of those in the Denver market. That's not my niche. But if I did, I would be chasing down every single builder, just super excited to sell all the condo projects and all the knowledge that I have that I'm going to bring to the table. And it's going to pour out of me. I don't need a script for that. So that brings us back to the building wealth through real estate. So when and Dave knows some of my background and some of the folks on this call do, but having grown up with so little, in fact, negative net worth, to having grown up with a single mom who was just really trying to put food on the table and make it to the next paycheck, to now having 24 doors to commercial buildings, and even more excitedly, helping my 3 kids buy their first homes when they're age 21, I can visibly see the significant change in someone's life when you change a trajectory of their knowledge of a real estate purchase away from a transactional experience to one that transcends their current financial well-being. That is ultimately what I do. I just happen to do loans, and the loans is the vehicle by which I help the clients get there. But I'm so passionate because I know that this year, it's been slow for all of us, and you're saying it's not, you're lying. It's been slow for all of us. And I know that coming off of some of the best years we've ever had and getting used to the income, luckily during that period of time, I was investing like crazy. I bought my mom a home. I bought my daughter a home. I bought one of the commercial properties, and I invested in other developments. And I did that because I knew it couldn't last for forever. Now, it went a little shorter than I thought it would. But ultimately, when the volume's down now, I sleep well at night. Like, I'm really secure in the fact that I know that I've got multiple streams of income and that I can continue to support my mom. I can continue. My oldest son is 25 years old. He has $270,000 in net wealth. $270,000 in net wealth. So what I'm talking isn't about a script. It's about a passion. And if I don't get into your life, and if I don't transcend the conversation with the real estate agent and know the real estate agent knows my passion so strong that they want to introduce me to their clients, if I don't weave my way into your life and explain to you what real estate can actually do and how it can change that, then I'm empty inside. Like, that is the passion. And if I get to do a mortgage for you, well, that's a bonus. That's not my goal, right? My goal isn't to do a mortgage for you, because if I come in just passionate to educate, to give, to provide a path, people just don't even, I was sitting down with a client right before this, about an hour before we started, and she was a teacher, and now she's making $25 an hour. But you know what she's got? She's got 2 homes. She's got a home that she moved out of and turned into a rental, and she's got the home she lives in now. And now I got options. Now I'm sitting down and I got a strategy working, and I got a whole game plan. She's 54 today. And by the time she's 70 years old, she's not only going to have this rental income, she's going to have $10,000 a month in rental income and probably be worth $2.5 million. And her eyes lit up. She went from a science teacher and now making $25 an hour to $10,000 a month. Guys, you don't have to think that everybody needs what you need. They just need a path, and they need their eyes to open up to the experience that they can have. So building wealth through real estate isn't my tagline. It's my life. And that's the kind of thing where once you figure out what you're so passionate about that you get up in the morning and you literally do this job for free. I say that lightly, not truly, but so you would get out there, right, and work harder and not care so much about the specific outcome. Like, I need your loan. I will tell anybody that sits in my office, I don't need your loan. I don't need it. What I need is for you to get from where you are today, which is stuck without vision, to a position of where you have an unlimited capacity and abundance for a financial lifestyle and stability and security that you can't even see today because you're here. You're stuck in what you know to be true. And I can get you out here where all of that is broken apart. Then I've done my job. And you're going to tell everybody that we had that conversation and that they need to come see Nicole Ruth. And that's how I get to do mortgages. That's my script. Bam.
I can't wait to have a Zoom session with you where we just make a case for how people of means can help their kids buy their first home, younger and faster. Love the value prop. Phil, what are your thoughts?
You're a badass. Which is cool. It's so fun to hear somebody so passionate as much as what you are. And I feel that I owe a duty of some commentary and some thoughts around some of the things that you do that are so exceptional. I'm going to challenge something you said. You mentioned that this is not a script, it's just who you are.
Yeah.
Have you said some of the things that you've said here today more than twice?
I'm sure I have.
That, my friend, is called a script. Right?
I just don't want to
These are
think
words
about it.
that you've worked on, that you found that have some efficacy in the way that you show up for others, and you're showing them again and again and again and again. Have you documented them to paper? Maybe not. Did you sit there ahead of time and say, I'm going to write these out and I'm going to rehearse them and then I'm going to learn them? Did you borrow them from somebody else? Probably not. Maybe where they were inspired by moments of incompetence and things you borrowed from others and the experience that you worked through in your real life to be able to get there to make it as concise and potent as that. Yet what I'm saying to you is that you do have a script. And I would urge you, if you found a point to be able to even take what you said today, run it through a transcription service, take a look at those words back, and welcome to your script. Right there. You might find a few moments that you can edit and evolve. A couple of things you're like, oh, I could say that very slightly differently, and it would make a huge difference. You said something today, though, that was profound. You said that it's not my tagline, it's my life. Tell me where that's written in your marketing materials.
It's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
It almost like bowled me over today.
Yeah.
You said that when I show up, I don't just show up passionate about getting a loan. I show up passionate about how I can educate others, how I can give great advice, and I can provide people with a path. Profound. Tell me where that's documented in your marketing messages. So clear, beating clever, but could be further amplified. Like you shared this today, and there's loads of us here that are like, that was incredible, that was amazing. I think you've got to find ways to bottle that and then distill that bottled down brilliance into other areas in your marketing messages so it can be working for you in the background on repeat, on repeat, on repeat. Like it was amazing. There are other things in here too that are just tiny tweaks in language. You said that what you could do is that you could show up and you could deliver, and then that person will go on and be able to share that with everyone they come into contact with. Nobody will do that. Nobody will share the experience that they had with you with everyone they come into contact with, because that would be weird, right? Just think about that literally. Somebody has a killer experience with you that they share with everybody they come into contact with. That'd be crackers. Whereas what you could do is you could say that your hope and your goal is that they would share it with at least one person. And if everybody raved about the brilliance that you provide to others to maybe just one other person, what difference would that make to reputation? What difference would that make for new business? And the funny thing is when you say to somebody that my only ambition is that you share this path forward with at least just one other person, the chance of them sharing it with 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 is actually higher than if you ask them to share it with everyone. If you ask them to share it with everyone, they say, I'll do it one day. One day never comes.
Battery 80%.
What else would I add to this that might be useful to everybody? You said you got to know who your avatar is. I think that's great advice. It's hard to be able to do. Is 2 questions that might help you get there is to help people understand who are the people that you are looking to help, and be as precise as possible. First-time home move up homeowners, families going through breakups, people looking to be able to buy second homes, as specific as you might get on that. And then secondly, behind answering that question, what are the problems you're looking to try and help them solve, or what are the challenges you're trying to help them overcome? In the answer to those two, what are seemingly simple questions, lies, taglines, value statements, value propositions, etc. You just have to answer those questions in detail. What Nicole did, though, when she opened her presentation today, is she utilized one of the most influential words on the planet, possibly the most influential word on the planet, and she hit it not once, twice, not 3 times, but 7 times in her opening remarks. Any idea what the word was?
I believe.
You.
You.
She spoke directly to all 1,500 people like they were individuals in the moment. She spoke directly to everybody as one, which is what everybody cares about most. I mean, if you are in any concern at this moment in time, who is the most important person in your life? The answer to that question is, of course, you. If you are thinking at this moment in time that it is not you, it's your kids, it's your dog, it's your dad, it's your something, remember what goes in front of those words is you. It's still you, even if you think it's your kids, because it's your kids. You are the most important person in your life. So if you want to be more influential, even look at your language through the way that you show up. And you personified it so well, Nicole. I'd love people to catch it. Is where can you swap more of your I's and we's for you's? In written language, in spoken language, and just about everywhere else you show up. It's not what we offer, it's what you get. It's not what we provide, it's what you receive. It's not that when you choose to be able to work with us and our brilliant team, or how you can join my team, everything is shifted towards you. And the least influential word on the planet is I. What I offer, what I provide, what I deliver, what I've done, what I've secured, least influential. So I wanted to catch this brilliance that you laid down, Nicole. You executed it so well at the start of your script today, and you captured everybody's attention. So if you're wondering why you loved everything that Nicole had to say, there's a strong possibility it's because she grabbed you from the get-go, because she made it about you. Are you making your conversations about you too? So those are some commentaries from there. Nicole, you did amazing, but you do have a script. You're executing it wonderfully. Then transcribe it, look at what you're putting down right now on repeat, and make sure that you're using your brilliance everywhere it needs to show up, and that it's working behind you and for you, even when you're not present, more so. And I think it might amplify your business even further.
Thank you.
Wow, what a great debrief. Nicole, I told you had a script, and thank you so much for helping move the needle here. This is actually a value prop script that Phil helped us fine tune several months ago when Deborah and I interviewed him. But you'll notice how he inserted you. Our continued advice helps you build wealth with real estate faster. So, my challenge to everyone on today's call, go back and maybe it's not write out a script, maybe it's talk out a script, transcribe it. But there are common words that you're using to position yourself. And if you're positioning yourself as a loan officer, when rates are in the high 6s, maybe low 7s, and 50% of mortgages in America are at 2 and 3, that's not going to work. You need to be an advisor. You need to deliver advice. I mean, this is just a screenshot from a total cost analysis where a mortgage professional is not selling loans. They're selling, hey, you could house hack and look at the equity you're going to have in your home. Did you hear how passionate Nicole was about helping people build equity, build net worth? Guys, you can't do that with a fee worksheet. And that's one of the reasons why for 15 years, I've been interviewing top loan officers. Todd and I have been doing this for 6 years. As I told you all, I'll put a link to the playlist for this. So this will now be our 6th year doing this. Todd, anything you want to say before we bring on our next guest?
I just think that, Nicole brings so much passion, and I heard Nicole say, I don't have scripts, which is what I hear a lot of you say. And I believe that you all do have scripts. You have these building blocks of what you say. So I loved Phil's advice, and it would encourage you to listen, record what you're doing, use a free app like otter.ai. You can actually have that open. You can be recording your side of conversations you're having with clients, and then take a deep dive into what we're learning here today. So super excited, Dave, for you to introduce our next speaker.
All right, guys. So this next speaker, we pre-recorded it. You won't even know the difference. In hindsight, I would have done this with Myron, but we've got two really tight scripts back to back. One is called the reverse leverage script to get meetings with builders and realtors. Let's check it out. Brian McCauley, one of the top producers with Fairway, a mortgage coach grandmaster, and just an amazing mortgage professional. Let's check it out.
My second script is one that I really, really like. This is how to land a meeting with any style of business partner using reverse leverage. So the example I like to use is, if outside of the agent component, if lenders are trying to get a builder, trying to get an accountant, what most lenders do is they call and they say like, hey, I want to be your lender. We should have a conversation. So my script is, let's just say it's a random builder on the side of the road. I drive by a subdivision. I call the sales rep and I say, hey, my name is Brian McCauley. I'm giving you guys a call because I've got a problem. I've got a ton of pre-approved buyers. There's no inventory. I just drove by your subdivision. It looks amazing. I'd like to come meet you, learn more about the subdivision, and see if this is a good fit for my people so I can push them over to you. Do you have some time to meet? They'll say yes. So the key on that is you want to make sure and get the meeting. In order to get the meeting, the reverse leverage is you have stuff for them. Just like if I call an accountant and say, hey, you're an accountant in town. I've got a ton of self-employed borrowers and clients. I'm looking for a really good CPA to take great care of my people, but I want to make sure you're a good fit for them. Do you have enough business or can you handle more? I can probably send you 50 to 100 a year. And they will say yes. And that's how you get them to take the meeting, because you have stuff for them. This is the reverse leverage piece where like some lenders call and say, oh, let me have your turn downs. Or an agent calls and says, oh, let me do it for 1%. It's like, no. I've got all these clients for you. I want to come see if you're a good fit for them via subdivision and builder, via CPA, whatever the case is. Very similar to if somebody called me and said, hey, man, I heard you're a really good lender. I close like 40 buyers a year, but before I send them over to you, I want to take a meeting just to make sure that you're a good fit for them. Can you meet? I would say, of course, because they have business for me. It's the same component on our side. You just have to know that and have the conversation that way. And then when you get the meeting, you can do the discovery piece, not number one, to make sure they're a good fit, but number two, extract out of that, what business can you help them with and how many clients do they have for you? So I mean, if I was calling an agent, I would just say, hey, Bob, this is Brian McCauley. I'm a big fan of yours. I've seen your name around town. Listen, I want to get a meeting together. I've got a bunch of clients. I've got a big social presence. I get referrals all the time for people that need to get pre-approved. I pre-approve them and I get to pick and choose which realtor I connect them with. I think it'd be a great idea if you and I meet, and I like to open our relationship with a referral. Would you like to meet and chat about it?
Boom. So that's script number one. He does have a second script. So, and he was completely on time. So let's play his next script. And then, Phil, hear what you have to say. This is called
do you want to break these down one at a time? Might be easier for.
Okay, break it down.
There's a lot of nuance in here as well. We could end up talking about something that happened 3 minutes ago that may challenge people, but I think there's a lot of merit in what Brian's doing, right? Is what Brian's doing remarkably well here is he's concisely putting the idea of us being able to get together to get some time to converse about future opportunities in a very concise period of time. He's also professional, yet casual, yet driven, yet like mildly aggressive and assertive without coming across as condescending. What he has even in his tone is like, well, actually, if you're not going to give me the time, then I'll go find somebody else. It's not flippant. It's just with enough abundance in the way that he's coming across that he's not desperately looking to be able to get face to face with that individual. He just believes that it could be of some form of mutual benefit. And I think that tonality in the way that he's showing up is that just south of arrogant position, that highest level of confidence that says, I got this, but not to a point where I'm going past it, which is testimony to probably one of the big reasons why he does so well. There are a couple of tweaks in that language pattern that I think we can all learn from that could make better. Is he says that I've got some clients that I want to push to you. Now, what we're doing is we're dehumanizing the people that are involved in our business system. I was saying that I'm going to push these people towards you. We're treating them like they're dollar signs as opposed to treating them like they're humans. Whereas what he actually did at the beginning is he presented this giant problem. This giant problem is that there are people that are pre-approved. I think if you could add some specificity to that, where it's not that I've got dozens or hundreds of people that I can push to you, is right now I have 23 local families that are struggling to be able to find a home, and it's possible that you might well have something. But I'll talk with precision about the very accurate number of local families or young professionals, or however I can add specificity to it with honesty to it. Another tiny little tweak in language. When you say to somebody, do you have some time to meet? What is the typical answer to that question? What we often get is a conditional yes. We get a conditional yes that's like, yeah, sure, let's get together sometime. Or you get a pause and a ghosting, which is what you're calling, Lindsay and Imai, etc. You're calling a no. Is what they say is they just go dark on you. Because what they're so scared of saying is yes, is that what we're then getting to is we're getting down into the nuance. We get some pushback and they say, call me next week. If you swap the language from do you have some time to meet to just when would be a good time to meet, what we now do is we now activate a part of their brain that responds on impulse, where they might say, look, I'm slammed through till Friday, but maybe some point early next week we can connect. Oh, they say some point early next week. You say Monday or Tuesday when suits you best. They say, well, Tuesday would work better. You say morning or afternoons, when's good for you. They say anytime after 4. You say somewhere like 4:20. They say that sounds great. Note that I said 4:20, not 4 o'clock. See, if you ask for a meeting with somebody busy at 4 p.m., how much time are you looking for on their schedule? See, what they're looking for when you ask for a meeting at 4 p.m. is they're looking for an hour. If I ask for a meeting at 4:30 p.m., how long's the meeting going to be? Their assumption is I need 30 minutes for this. Interesting. Just based on the time of day that you suggested for the meeting. If I suggest that we're going to meet at 4:40 or 4:20, how long's the meeting going to be? I'm asking for a smaller window of time. Now, I'm not saying that you're going to request a meeting at 4:17, 5:29, or anything weird like that. But use the 10 past the hours, 20 past the hours, 4:40, 4:50, etc. And guess what happens is you'll get quicker, shorter meetings. And Kyle, I know where you're going with the 4:20 thing. Maybe I did it on purpose. Just maybe that's where we're going. Be careful of other language too. When you say I want, I want to get a meeting with you. I want us to be able to get together. I want us to be able to achieve X, Y, and Z. Self-serving. Well, of course you want a meeting. It's going to lead to business. I want to help you buy a home. Well, of course you freaking do, right? Like this is what happens. Little voice inside other person's head says, of course you want. Swap I want to you may want. And now all of a sudden we've got some ambiguity. We've got some curiosity. We've got a you in there by alternative. What I like though about his process, which I think is a tactic that might be usable for everybody, is there's a ratio that I've seen appear in every single industry when it comes to winning maybe business to yes business. There's a desire to get appointments, right? And you want to get an appointment that you're ready to be able to do business with. But the world doesn't work that way. The ratio that I've seen appear on repeat is a ratio I call 10-5-2. 10-5-2. If you can get 10 appointments with people that meet your target market, 5 of them will have a genuine need to be able to do business with you, and 2 of them will go on to be able to act. Now, the trouble that we see is that everybody wants to just have the 5 appointments that jump to the 2 pieces of business, the 5 appointments that jump to the 2 pieces of business. You've got to get to the 10 first. See, if you can get 10 sit downs in a meaningful fashion with builders or CPAs or whoever you feel might be the right partner for you, then 5 of them will be like, I like you, I trust you, I vibe with your passion, maybe potentially we could do some business together, and 2 will go on to be able to meet. So setting up these sort of ambiguous style meetings that Brian is so intelligently mapping out down here is an example of how you can catalyze 10-5-2 meetings. How do you get those initial meetings that don't really have a clear agenda? They're just a hypothetical, let's feel each other out. This is a business equivalent of should we grab a coffee sometime without saying, shall we grab a coffee sometime? This is let's meet for a happy hour without you having a happy hour. So get those appointments that then become the exploratory discussion appointments that then become the do the business appointments. And that what we get is 10-5-2. And you're right here as well, is Denise says Brian needs OFQ, but he was pretty close, right? He was pretty close at an OFQ. I thought he did a good job, but it's easier for me, Dave, if I break these down one at a time rather than trying to merge the 2 together.
Yeah, well, I loved your feedback. I especially love that fine tuning on I want, you may want, like that you may want. I think Brian's gonna love that. So let's see his next one. Again, I'm letting these speakers pick what script do you want to share? And he's like, I got 2 scripts that I'm using all the time. I think people will get value from them. Here's number 2.
The 2 things obviously I want to share everybody is the cost of waiting script that I use. That's a big one right now when people are, worried about the market and they're saying, I'm just going to wait for interest rates to come down because they're concerned about rates and payments. So, I've got a YouTube video on this as well, but my script explain to you the cost of waiting. And I give them an example and say, hey, run some numbers. If you do a $500,000 house today at 6.5, 675 versus a year from now, that same house is maybe 535, but the rate's 1% lower. What's the difference in the payment? Well, they're pretty similar, maybe 40 or 50 bucks cheaper in the future. But the cost of waiting piece that people don't understand that they have to take into consideration outside of the financials is number one, if you buy now, you're going to make that equity on the upswing. Yes, you might save a little bit in the payment when rates are cheaper, but you're going to make so much more in the equity on the upswing that it's worth you to do it, because as rates drop, demand goes up, which means prices go up. And so they'll make money on the appreciation. So that's the first thing it costs them, is not just the difference in the payment, but the cost of the appreciation piece. The second thing on the cost appreciation is just, explaining to them the quality of houses, right? They're not the only person with the idea of waiting until 5%. And when everybody comes off the sideline, it's a flood, it's a mass hysteria. So if you're able to get a house on a scale of 1 to 10 right now, it's a 7. Yeah, you may be able to get one in the year when rates are, a little bit better, but that's probably going to be a 6. The other component we talk about cost of waiting is closing costs, right? Right now, you're able to get costs into the deal, seller concession, save you 5 or 10 grand in your pocket. You won't be able to get that in the future. The cost of waiting will hurt you there as well. The other component of that is the rat race. We all remember when COVID happened, it was impossible to get a house, really, really hard to buy a house. And so you have to explain to them, hey, this maze that it's going to create a year from now when rates are 1% plus lower, you save a little bit in the payment, but you're going to have to be on the street 24/7. You're going to have to make decisions within seconds, which is not the ideal way to buy a house. And so you have to create the fear around that as well, understanding that you may not even get one. If you do, you may have to also go over list price, do an appraisal waiver, and you may have to pay 10, 15, 20, 30, 30K pocket out of your own money in order to get that house. And so explaining to them all the other variables on the cost of waiting just outside of the rate and the payment lets them see the totality of the market, the pros and the cons, and how they're going to miss out on appreciation, quality of houses, self-paid closing cost, be in the street 24/7. And if they get their hands on one, they may have to overpay and come out of pocket extra cash. So that's how you can show them all those components and give them a sense of urgency and say, do it now, make the appreciation, don't deal with the nonsense. When the refi boom happens, you can do it, but you'll be sitting on your couch, hanging out, having fun, not dealing with the rest of society. And that way you got the best of both worlds.
Boom. Another script that's timely in the market. What are your thoughts, Phil?
Oh man, the guy's sharp, right? Brian knows what he's doing. He clearly understands the market. There's an element of just intelligence with the way that he's reading current market conditions. And I think that air of confidence will lead clients with some calmness towards the fact that they're in a safe pair of hands. He quite clearly cares about playing the long term, but because he's so casual and confident at the same time, it's the same as what we've seen from many of the experts that have shown up so far, is that there's a detachment towards the outcome unless the outcome is the right outcome for the person. There's not any pressure or any push towards what somebody should do. There is just some grace around the fact that I know my options, I know what's right, but let's just see the truth. And what I would say that Brian does remarkably well there is he tells the truth with grace, slowly and calmly and politely, but all laced in curiosity. When you look at some of the words he reached for, it's like, well, if and could and may and possibly. And what people are doing is they're allowed in themselves to live in the fitting room, like the dressing room of being able to try something on before they decide whether they're going to go and keep it. That's what he does with that script. In our world, we say it's the ability to be able to enter the gray space. People want things to be black or white, because if you can enter the gray space, that's both a play space and a safe space that people can explore alternate possibilities. What Brian did so well there is the ability for people to go towards, oh, that's what a year from now may well look like. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. And help them feel smart, capable, good, and safe about the decision that they might look to be able to move down right now. I do have a couple of tweaks that I think that could even sharpen that up further. What Brian said is what people don't understand. When you say, here's what people don't understand, it should create friction, because some people do understand that. And it creates a threat that says, are you calling me stupid? If you just insert one tiny word, watch how everything changes. You say, well, what many people don't understand. Oh, just the insertion of one word, the word many. Now, well, that's right. Many people don't understand that. But when I say what people don't understand, then I've created an absolute that shuts down a gray space. Also, a script of that basis could even be more efficient if what you did is you delivered a gateway question at the beginning of that script. And what an example of a gateway question would be a question like, well, what's more important to you? A lower monthly payment or a greater equitable position within the home? Well, I'm looking for a greater equitable position in the home. Okay. Second question, how long do you see yourself living in the area? Well, the next home we're going to be out for the next 7, 10, 15, 20 years. Boom. 2 pieces of evidence collected at the front end. Now you deliver Brian's script and watch how it's going to be even more effective in a moment like that. It's going to allow you to be able to play from because of the fact that you said that what you'd like to have is you'd like to have a stronger equitable position in the home. And because of the fact that you said you're going to be there for at least the next 7 years, some of the things you might want to think about are. And now they can move forward with confidence. So think sometimes it's not just the script, it's how do you position yourself in order to be able to deliver the script that reduces resistance, reduces friction. So those would be just some extra points on what I thought Brian did was an exceptional job. And very precise as well, huge brevity.
Yeah, no, he's so good. And guys, we will have a link to his cost awaiting total cost analysis in chat. If you're watching this on video, we'll have it down below. Todd, any thoughts? Also, if you want to introduce this next amazing speaker, what you got, bro?
Well, I have lots of thoughts. I love seeing all of you blow up the chat about how amazing Phil is. And that's why, again, we were so excited to have him be here. And of course, the person who was bold and reached out and got Phil to be part of our community was our co-host on our Friday calls, none other than the CEO of Plug and Play SM, Deborah Bird. So Deborah Bird, jump on here. We decided to add you in really so you could talk about how to socialize the scripts and everything that we're learning about. Because I know when it comes to all things loan officer, social media, you are the guru.
Well, so it's funny that you mentioned kind of this all was birthed because you also have to put yourself in passive opportunity. So last year I had attended a Tom Ferry summit and I had a lot of people ask me like, what in the world were you doing at a Tom Ferry summit that is meant for real estate agents when you run a social media company for loan officers? And it's because I have to dive into the trenches of what are the biggest pain points of the ideal clients of the people that I serve. And so I heard Phil speak and I'm sitting there taking pages and pages of notes and then, naturally stalked him a bit on social media and then went right to the DMs, which took some courage. I kind of thought, what's the worst that could happen? It doesn't get read or it goes to his request because he's probably like, who is this person reaching out to me? And there's likely thousands that reach out to you all the time with all the stages that you're on. Or best case, what if he actually said yes? But I think part of the reason, and Phil, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is part of the positioning of even that conversation was because I could anchor in the fact that every Friday we host a show. It's live in one of the largest mortgage coach communities, which just kind of, puts an exclamation point around the power of social media and really community. And when your motive is pure and you're truly trying to build a group that, every single Friday, which wasn't easy for you and, Dave to find guests to come on. And, some of the beginning videos, for those of you who watched, the internet wasn't always great or the sound wasn't great, but the point is you stuck with it and you made a commitment and you understood the long-term strategy. So we're not going to have a whole lot of time to go directly into, tips and tactics with social media. I am going to put a link in the chat for those of you who want to take a deeper dive. I'm willing to do a webinar next week for about an hour long to go deeper on those things. But I do want to give some practical advice of just, don't forget that social media is meant to be social. Like, it's not just a place for you to post and ghost and not interact with your audience. And so I want to give some tips that all of you could execute today, regardless if you have a graphic designer or a video editor, which, if you don't, just insert, plug and play us, and we'll be happy to help. But there's some things that you can do and be intentional of how can you grow your connections, that when you add your connections, then that creates more conversations. And as you have more conversations, that leads to more opportunities. So some of the things that you guys can all do literally in your morning poo session. And for some of you men, you could like double these numbers. And yes, I said your morning poo session, you could accomplish some of these things. I know Todd is like shaking his head, but some of you don't know that you can set up what's called a favorites feed on Instagram and Facebook. And, there's a max amount of connections that you can have in your favorites. Nobody knows, by the way, if they're in your favorites or not. And it's not like a group, but you can be really intentional with, how do I use social media for prospecting and nurturing and developing relationships, deepening relationships, and not just allow social to use you? And unfortunately, I feel like that's what a lot of people do, especially when we have discovery calls and people usually tell me, I don't have time, I don't know how, I don't know what. And all those things may be true, but then I go and we discuss kind of where are they spending their time, and this little device will actually tell you where you're spending your time. And ironically, for most people, one of the top 3 apps of where they spend most of their time every day is on social media. So I think we already know that social is important. I mean, largely due to where do humans spend most of their time and where is the human attention? And so how do we show up and be more human? I recently gave a presentation about ChatGPT, and it was a room full of real estate agents, and a lot of them were really nervous, like, is AI going to take over my job and blah, blah, blah. And for all of you listening, I would just say, if you're worried about AI or robots taking your job, then how about just be a better human? And so things that you can do every day is go to your favorites feed. Once you have that set up, people that you could put in there are who are already sending you business, like they're loyal to you, they're sending you business right now. Who are the people? And you can use tools like MMI to look at who are the buyers agents that are actually doing business in today's market that you would like to have a relationship with. Put them in your favorites feed. That way, when you go on social, you can sort your feed, and now you won't be distracted. You're being laser focused, super intentional of who I can interact with. Other people that you guys could include, and this is part of the daily commitments that, ironically, we created a win by noon version of incorporating these social media kind of daily commitments or standards, so to speak, where every day your goal should be, can I add 20 new accounts, 20 new people that I can choose to follow? So these are things that you are proactively going to do that, again, doesn't require any graphic design work, doesn't require social media strategy, but could you find 20 people every day that you could follow? Where are you going to find these people? Well, it could be listing agents on contracts. It could be divorce attorneys on divorce decrees that you get. Hell, it could be leads, guys. Like, a lot of you are like, well, I don't know who to follow. What if instead of you just putting your leads in a CRM where you're letting spam like market people, what if you add them to your social and you just continue to engage with them on the single platform that is socially acceptable for you to be their biggest champion? So leads, hopefully every lead that you add to your social platform, then it makes it a lot easier for them during the process, where if you create these phenomenal experiences, which if any of you are following Phil, go ahead and make sure you're following Phil on social, and you'll see a lot of his marketing is his customers, his audience, because he creates these magical experiences that people rave about. And guess what? When you invite them along the journey with you, your future marketing department could literally be your clients. And just like the stats that Dave showed earlier, the fact that 30 million Gen Z buyers over the next 5 years, like some of you, like you have little influencers that you're doing loans for that their day job may be a loan officer, but you ask them to record a video, post it, tag you, and it's going to be like perfectly edited with the captions polished. And that's the best form of marketing, is having someone else brag about you. So Make sure you have your favorites feed set up. Make sure you're following 20 accounts every day. Make sure you are liking 20 other posts each day. Make sure you are commenting on 20 posts. And then the triple whammy is the DMs. And I like to do this when people make story posts. Like Brian McCauley, actually just yesterday, he used social for social listening. So instead of just showing up and throwing up and posting and ghosting and literally not showing any love because you're making it all about me, instead, he utilized social stories. He asked a survey or a poll question where he's using it to collect information to then better serve his audience. What a brilliant concept. So all of you could participate in commenting on your own post, or maybe you see Dave or Todd make a post and you see what comments are going on in their own feed that then you're adding to the conversation. Perhaps you're in some of the Facebook groups that are just really the modern networking event, right? But you're being intentional and proactive with putting and adding value into those groups. Some other things that you could do that should be part of the standard is anytime you get new followers, can you just pause and introduce yourself? And I'll end it with, because I know we're really short on time. When I have clients that tell me, oh, I've been posting, but I only have 20 new followers this week, I will usually ask them, well, how many followers did you create? How many likes did you give out? How many comments did you give out? So how dare you expect something in return that you're not willing to give times 2? And then for those who worry about, I don't like the way that I look and I don't like the way that I sound, and I'm not, a Shayla Gifford or a Dan Keller who's super polished and every word just seems to kind of flow. I always tell them, when you are doing that, you're making it about you. And that's just some tough love. So if you can write out the words ego and put a big X over E and just freaking go, take some responsibility that Americans need your help. Y'all could be the local hero right now for these families who need a lifeline, guys. I don't give 2 shits if their current rate is 3%, like the chart we saw earlier. They have $2,000 a month that they're paying at 20%, and they need help right now. They don't know these things. So how dare you play small and be selfish, to be frank, of not sharing this truth that that could literally change a family's trajectory of their life? Why wouldn't you share that? How could you not feel guilty not sharing that information? If you need help with the how-tos and the what's, attend the webinar. We'll put the link in the chat. But it's not surprising that people like Nicole, who said, I don't just help people grow wealth through real estate. That's not my tagline. It's who I am. That is why it's not difficult for her to show up on social and record a video, because her motive is pure. She truly wants to help people. She's not attached to the outcome. She is sharing her truth. And if she has haters or people that say things that are nasty, it's sometimes you got to let other people own their own problem in their own business, or allow that to be areas where you could improve. Maybe they're right in some way. And it's scary to put yourself out there. But you know what? That's how you grow. And how else? You can't be the invisible LO anymore. That's just not going to work. I don't know what's worse, being unknown or being broke, because at least if you have an audience, you can sell something to them. So that's all that I got. We could go a lot deeper in this. I hope for any of you who are struggling with social media, whether that's your CMOs who need kind of me to echo some of these best practices, you guys hit me up. Y'all know where to find me. It's not a secret. And just have a voice. You're not Ariel from The Little Mermaid. So don't play small. And if you don't know what to say, then maybe this is some accountability of study your game, practice your trade. Maybe you're not studying the market every single day. Maybe you're not increasing your social listening antenna so that you can actually create content that's valuable while also being focused on developing more connections, because we know the more connections you have lead to more conversations, and the more conversations you have lead to conversion. So be a human. That's your competitive advantage.
All right. Awesome job. Phil, what do you have?
Hey, real quick, I'm going to throw up, here's a slide. You guys can all take a quick picture so that you can attend Deborah's social class. Now, I know we said Nicole had some serious fire and passion, but I think Deborah, holy smokes, that was awesome. But here's Deborah's piece. We'll make sure that we get it out to all of you, but now go, Phil.
Oh man, I mean, I could say so much about Deborah's great work and the way that she makes social media so practical and so almost effortless by putting structure around it and helping people understand how to show up like humans. And I'm biased, just like I am with you, Todd, and Dave, like with Deborah, etc. Become friends through the work that we've done together with Exactly What to Say. So I do have huge bias, and I'm going to try and add and really just kind of add more to what it is that Deb's laid down. Is she talks about how you can respond back in the comments and how you can show up and be able to rain praise on people. Some structure around that might be helpful, because I think your 20-20-20 structure is helpful, but what do you do in that structure? 3 things that you can do that will always be keys that open any door. 1 is a genuine compliment. 2 is sincere recognition. And 3 is the request for an opinion. So if you're looking to catalyze a conversation in some way, think about what is the genuine compliment, the sincere recognition, or the request for an opinion that you can make, and watch how much quicker that you'll start a conversation. And I think another reminder that I'll just bring to each of you is like a 5-step dance that I don't think ever is going to go out of fashion. And it was touched upon for Deborah, but I want to echo it. And it's that questions create conversations. Conversations lead to relationships. Relationships create opportunities, and opportunities drive sales. And everybody says, if I just had more opportunities, I could make more sales. If I had more opportunities, I could make more sales. But what I'd ask of you is, who are the people you need to be asking more questions of? What are the conversations you need to be having that you're not? Where do you have relationships that hold untapped opportunities? Where have you created opportunities that require you to pattern interrupt to drive that next action? Now, you have opportunities in leads that you should be following and asking questions of. You've developed relationships with lenders. You've developed relationships with real estate agents. You've developed relationships with construction partners, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Shouldn't we be asking more questions of those? Know the conversations you need to be having, know the questions you need to be asking, and then use social as a playful platform that what you can be able to do is that you can ask more questions, have more conversations, develop more relationships, create more opportunities, drive more action. It is that simple and it's that hard. And do it with humanity in mind. These are people, the other side of conversations. And we're not in the loans business, we're in the people business. And as somebody who's worked in over 800 different industries, I've learned that the similarities outweigh the differences. Although there are differences, and you folks are all expert in those differences, the common thread is this is people that want to feel heard, they want to feel important. They're saying, tell me about the part where it gets to me. And what I would add to that is that when you do get people outreach and light up your DMs or leave comments on your posts, are you starting conversations or are you shutting them down? And note that sometimes what people aren't looking for is an answer or a period. What they're looking for is they're looking for a response followed by a question to allow you to peel back some of those layers. So when people ask, like, how's the market? Or they say, thanks for that. Or they say, this was awesome. Please don't shut them down. See how what you can do is to open the conversation there to learn new context. And you might find that the opportunity is slightly bigger than you thought it was.
All right, guys, this is, we're getting incredible feedback. We were gonna do a little halftime fireside chat, but we're way past, way over schedule. So I think we're gonna not do the fireside chat. We're gonna bring Josh Metal up in just a minute. Todd, anything you want to share before we bring up Mr. Josh Metal?
Real quick, I'll throw up Deborah's slide, but I just wanted to give a quick Win by Noon free trial offer. I'm not sure if it's for you, but you've been hearing Phil talk about the 10-5-2 and Deborah talk about the 20-20-20. And I often find that if you're like me, that you are not taking the time to track these activities, and Win by Noon is a great way for you to do that. It's a great business planning tool. I won't go off on a big pitch, but all you need to do is try it for free, so I don't have to pitch it. Just go to winbynoon.com, use the code SCRIPTS with an S 23, and you'll be able to get a free subscription. Just do the monthly subscription option. It'll waive the cost so that you can get the product. We will get you trained on it. You will love it. And if for some reason you don't, then you'll be able to cancel your subscription before you ever get charged. So just go to winbynoon.com, scripts 23, and would love to have you as part of the Win by Noon community.
So my add-on to that, guys, everyone on this stage was invited because they do a lot of business. They're incredibly successful. and they're advisors. They're part of this advice revolution. They're not delivering price, they're delivering price with advice. And you know what they all have in common? They all win by noon. I mean, I interview these folks. They have systems, they have structure, they consistently operate. They've done their prospecting by noon, they win by noon. So if you're not part of the Win by Noon community, make sure that you become part of that. Todd gave you an incredible special offer. You can go to winbynoon.com and get the planner and really invest. But you know what? You can also go to the store. You can get these amazing shirts at the store. You can get a planner at the store. And there's an amazing Facebook group, Win by Noon Mastermind or Win by Noon Facebook group. Make sure you're part of that. And we'll put the link down below. And there's some pictures of the shirts. We've even got the old school Mortgage Coach shirt for anyone who still wants it. So Todd, I think you and I both could introduce Josh Metal, but because I've got a little bit of a debrief on Mr. Metal, why don't you do the introduction?
Again, I could talk for 15 minutes about why we have Josh here to share with all of you. I've known Josh for more than a decade, and I know all of you who have seen Josh before know he always adds tremendous value. You always all say he is the best scripted person in the community, and I know his leadership is one of the things that I admire the most. So rather than me take more time and share with you, I'll let Josh Metal show you why we have him back for the 6th time at Script-A-Palooza.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, team. Mortgage Coach community. It's great to be here with you. And, my socks are blown off. The quality of presenters today, as compared, I was thinking like the first Mortgage Coach video I did 10 years ago, and somebody was saying that the internet connections were bad and nobody could, the video was terrible. Like the quality of the people in this community are second to none. So I'm super grateful to be here. Thank you. And to your point, Todd, I do think my script is going to be one of the best today, but not because I created it. I actually completely poached it from Phil. I watched the first video he did with the Mortgage Coach community. I immediately transcribed the entire interview. I created a slide deck, which I started teaching my team, and I haven't been able to find anything better than the script that I pulled out of that. So I've added a few nuances and I added a bonus script behind it, but I'm going to share with you a script that I didn't create. It came from Phil. It's genius. We've used it and it's working phenomenally. What I do want to share with you, you're welcome, Phil. Thank you. What I do, and by the way, I don't know, those of you who haven't bought Phil's book, you're not recognizing all of the magic words that Todd's dropping in all of these sessions. So go out and buy that book. It's very impactful. What I wanted to focus in on is the why behind the script. Everybody saw the passion that Deborah had and the passion that Nicole brought forward. And I believe the best script comes from a really solid foundation of why. If you believe it, the person on the other side will feel it. So I'm going to start off by showing just a couple of really quick slides to give you the foundational why. Then we'll go into the script. And I would love to see you critique your own work here, Phil. That's going to be fun. So the first thing that everybody should be aware of, and this is something that Dave Savage taught me, is that only 18% of customers who used a mortgage advisor to buy their home uses the same mortgage advisor to refinance. That means that we are losing 82% of our past clients to other loan officers that are out marketing and out communicating us. So the biggest expense in any of our businesses, in my opinion, is lost opportunity. So let's walk through just a couple of things. And this is the way I like to orient myself before I go into a calling session. So this is called the transaction frequency spectrum. And I'm going to go over this really quickly. It was created by a guy named Vivek Kumar. He is a product engineer in the space of tech and real estate, and he's passionate about building brand loyalty between customers and infrequent products. What the hell is an infrequent product? Okay, so that's why he created the transaction frequency spectrum. On the left side, you have the habit zone in blue. These are services or products that we use daily, weekly, or monthly. I use my Outlook, I use Facebook, and I use my Apple phone every single day. And if you have a relationship with a product where you're using it on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, the stickiness to that product, the chances that that customer is going to come back to Outlook to check their email or back to their iPhone or back to Facebook are insanely high. And as you move from left to right on the spectrum, you'll see that mortgage and real estate, you know, we're talking 5, 7, 10 years. The only business that has less frequency of transaction than mortgage and real estate is the mortician. Now, the mortician they've never had a repeat client, by the way. So we're doing a little bit better than the morticians in terms of our repeat customer. But the takeaway from this, and when I watched Vivek present on this, I went, oh my gosh, I'm forgettable. You and I are forgettable. So we have to do something different in order to create this frequency of interaction. We can't dictate how frequent clients are going to transact, but we can dictate, and we do have agency over how often we interact. So let's get inside the minds of the consumer really quickly. We know that approximately 80% of all of our borrowers have a mortgage rate below 4%. Now, that's really important to know, right? If the talk that I'm speaking about is how to optimize opportunities from your database. So we need to put ourselves in the position of that consumer. They've got a 3, 4, or 5, 2, 3, or 4% rate. They're not necessarily motivated to do anything. The other thing that is true about the average American homeowner is that they have 58% equity. So they're very comfortable. They have a ton of equity. They have a very low fixed mortgage rate. And that is why we are experiencing the real estate and mortgage deep freeze. That's why the number of transactions is slowing. And so if we have less transactions, if customers are going to transact less likely, it's incumbent on us to increase the frequency of interaction. And I'm going to give you the speech that I learned from Phil around that. Now, look, many people have done great in their real estate. Their values are up. They've locked in a 3% mortgage rate, but all is not well in the life of the American consumer. In fact, Americans are living off credit cards and depleting savings, right? We've seen inflation that continues to eat away at the budget of our fixed income households. We've seen the Federal Reserve push up short-term interest rates. Credit cards, average interest rate today, 20.62%. Home equity lines, average interest rate, 8.16%. New cars, 7.42%. Used cars, 12.39%. These are averages. These are not bad credit, folks. Personal loans, average rate, 12.5%. Buy now, pay later loans, between 19 and 23%. So not only is there record amounts of credit card debt and other debt that's stacking up, but the personal savings rate is really low, looking back over long periods of history. So the household blended debt ratios of our customers are blowing out in spite of the record low interest rates. Now, team, for me, that screams opportunity. And I see opportunity in 3 ways, just reflecting on those slides. Number one, we have agency and dominion over our ability to increase the frequency of interaction. Remind that customer that we are still valuable to them, and we can still help them create wealth, even though they're in their home already. We didn't just sell them debt and walk away. The second thing is we can help educate them and teach them about their household blended debt ratio. Yeah, I know you don't want to leave your 3% mortgage, but would you like to leave your 20% credit card and your 19% buy now, pay later, and your 8% home equity line? We have to educate them about that blended household debt ratio. And then last but not least, we need to start talking to them about what an equity transition plan is. That previous customer of ours who has 58% equity, should they be putting 58% of that equity down on the next home? Should they be paying off consumer debt? Should they be leaving a nest egg so that they don't, next time that there's an emergency in their family, they don't have to rack up their credit cards again? So these are things of value that we can bring to our customers post-transaction that's going to remind them how valuable we are to them. Now, how do we have these conversations? And that brings us into the body of the script. So look, I'm just going to read it. And by the way, I hope you, I'm going to send this final version to Dave right after. I hope you will turn around and take my branding off and put yours on and go teach your realtor partners this, because that's why I put this together in a PowerPoint presentation, because I want you to immediately be able to swipe and deploy and take this out to your realtors and help bring them into solving the biggest challenge in the industry, which is not enough inventory. All right, so here's the script. Hey, Dave, it's Josh Metal from Neo Home Loans. We work together on the purchase of your beautiful new home on Easy Street. How's that beautiful pool treating you? Dave's going to say, great, I love my pool. I buy my pool right now. And I said, hey, Dave, is it a good time? Do you have just a few minutes to speak with me? I wanted to connect with you, Dave, because a lot's happening in the economy right now. And many of my clients have reached out to me with questions on how their home value may be impacted and how they can leverage the equity in their homes. Many of my clients, in fact, find themselves in one of three situations. One, they've outgrown their home. They'd like to move, but they feel trapped because of their ultra low mortgage rate. Or they want to access the incredible amount of equity that's built up in their home, pay off non-mortgage debts, potentially renovate their homes. But again, many of them are feeling stuck because of that ultra low first mortgage rate. And last but not least, some of my clients are actually considering cashing out. They're talking about selling their home while the market's at an all-time high, taking that equity and really using it as a vehicle to fuel their retirement. So Dave, out of curiosity, do you find yourself in any of these three situations? And then we just pause. And then we just listen. And I wrote the entire script out because I think you should say it a few times. But when I have these notes in front of me, all I would have is just a couple of words, right? I would just have a couple of stem cell reminders to help me of the direction that I want to go. I've practiced it enough time that I would just flow from the basic script. As Phil said, you have the script so you're prepared. And when you're prepared, you don't need the script. So that's going to lead to a conversation where Dave tells me what's going on in his life. Yes, I need to pay off debt. Gosh, man, my wife got injured. She was out of work. We've racked up a bunch of credit cards. It opens up conversation. And then I would move on to some of the magic words that are inside Phil's book. Hey, Dave, I bet you're a bit like me in that you believe information affords you optionality. See, most people want options, so they know what's possible and they can take advantage of opportunities when they see them. Are you open-minded to my team creating an equity transition plan to show you what the numbers might look like if you were to consider selling your home and buying another one? Or if they gave me feedback that they're very happy with their home, they're still enjoying it, but they really have some non-mortgage debts that they have some energy or consideration around. And I'd say, hey, are you open-minded to my team calculating your household blended debt ratio? The hell is a household blended debt ratio? Well, that's where we take your mortgage rate, we plug it in with the rest of your debts, and we show you universally what is your household debt ratio that you're paying on all of your debts. And then I can present potential options to lower your outgoing expenses, create more monthly cash flow in your family budget. And ideally, I'd love to show you a way to accelerate your retirement savings. Is that something that you might be open to? So team, I'll provide these so you can take the scripts. But here's what I wanted to point out. Yesterday's clients are tomorrow's transactions. We don't have any inventory, right? If you go back 40 years, inventory is less than 50% to what it is averaged over that period of time. The people who have homes to sell are our past customers. We have to have conversations. We have to ask questions. We have to rebuild that relationship. And those are the things that will lead us to more transactions. Said another way, increase your frequency of interaction if you want to increase your frequency of transaction. And then last script, and I'll turn my share off because I know people are going to say, well, that's great, Josh, but how do you get people on the phone? Well, here's a little script that I created for a voicemail. Hey, Dave, it's Josh Metal at Neo Home Loans. I helped you buy your home on Easy Street last year. I hope you're still enjoying that beautiful pool. I'm calling to see if you've been watching what's going on with home values in your neighborhood over the last 90 days. I'll text you a link to schedule a quick 15-minute call if you want to discuss more. Click. That's it. Short, sweet, followed by a text right to my Calendly where people can book an appointment. And then from that point, we roll through a script that is, very similar to this one that we went over.
Boom. Phil, thoughts?
No pressure, right? Seeing somebody piece parts of your work together and then present it back to you, which we're seeing on repeat here as well. And Josh, I have to say kudos to you as well. Massive action, right? You shared that you only were introduced to some of these ideas of doing things differently, what was 4, 6, 8 weeks ago. And here you are, somebody with your tenure, your caliber, your experience, saying still, how do I level up? How do I level up? How do I level up? And if there's anything I've ever learned about people who are best in class, is they're never finished. They're never done. They're never arrogant. They're never in the situation that, like, I got this to a point that I don't have to worry about this anymore. So kudos to you in doing that work. I feel there's a lot here to unpack, so I'm going to try to be as brief as possible to be able to work through it. And one of the first points is the realization that you are currently calling people your client that aren't calling you their loan officer. So if you're to look through your database and look at all the people you've worked with in the past, you are labeling people clients that if I was to ask them today, who's your loan officer? They would say, oh, no one specific. So be careful with that. And Kevin Boyle, who's one of our certified guides, quite famously said that we've now repeated a number of times, is that it's amazing in the world of real estate how so many agents treat their clients like leads and leads like clients. I think the same is true within the mortgage space too, right? Is that we have to be aware of, are we treating the people that have the ability to be like an ATM machine and come back again, like they're an ATM machine that lives in your garage?
What word would you use to replace clients, Phil? Any idea?
We're going to get to that in a moment. And I think I could probably answer it specifically now that you added it as a question right now. It's just add specificity. Families, local professionals, first-time homeowners. It is look for being able to add specificity that people can see themselves in, because any other label is look like you've just tried to create a catch-all. We can say local people, it's just a friendlier catch-all, but doesn't add any specificity. The label you want to add says, oh, that's me. So if you can create a shopping list, and you can either create a shopping list of 3, 5, 7 specifics, and I probably always work in odds rather than evens, or create a from and to. We help everybody from a renter that is looking to be able to purchase their first home right through to an experienced investor that is looking to be able to build a portfolio of hundreds of multifamily homes. Everybody between there and there. Well, okay, well, you're good enough for me. I'm a move-up buyer. Should be good for me, right? Like those sort of stuff can be helpful. What else will I add in this? Is everybody that's shown up in order to be able to deliver advice to everybody here has a few things. They have a high level of confidence, they have a high level of competence, and they have a high level of care. Those 3 C's are showing up in abundance. And if you're not catching that, then that's been the recurring theme of everybody showing up that's getting great results. Competence, confidence, and care. What I like is that we're always sharpening those skills too. And I wanted to raise a quick point, which was, and hopefully you can see this here. You guys see my screen just split out?
We can.
Is what we need to win is almost like a 3-legged stool. And in that 3-legged stool, we need high levels of product knowledge. And what I heard in abundance here, just like almost a, I got this level of product knowledge, data, responsibility, packaging about what's real in the market right now. You cannot fake that. You clearly know what you're talking about and you've got some chops around that. And I'd urge everybody to capture just how much confidence comes from Josh because of his product knowledge, because he knows what he's talking about. Behind product knowledge, you need attitude. That's another leg in the stool, is you have to care about what the people you care about. You have to have the right attitude to say that I'm in this for the long run and be committed to reach pro level in what it is that you do. And then in addition to attitude, you need skills. Those are the 3 things that are required in order for us to be able to win in any of these scripted scenarios. You can have the product knowledge, but with the wrong attitude and no skills to deliver it, you will fail. You can have the right skills and the right attitude, no product knowledge, you'll get found out. If you have any two but not all three, you'll fall over. And every example of everybody here has all of those things. But Josh, what I will say is your product knowledge was a 10. Your attitude is like an 11. And your skills are a 7. And I'm trying to say that from a position of kindness about looking at where we can go and where we can move things forward, is that right now your stall is like higher on two sides than it is on the other leg. And I'm judging you as a 7, passing a 10 as the best in the world. Not a 10 is somebody who's pretty darn amazing. Is a 10 is best in the world. So how do we do this and how do we make it better? How do you build on what it is that you just laid down? Can you throw your first script back up as a slide?
Yeah.
Because what we're looking at is positioning here. Is a pro would never ask the question, is now a good time to talk? Because what year are we in?
The year of not enough time.
And it's 2023. And if it's the wrong time to talk or people don't have time to talk, what do? They don't pick up the phone. So what we're using is we're using a 1996 tactic in 2023. No need to be able to do that. I'd remove that from the script. But what you actually said in a skill-based environment showed high levels of emotional intelligence. What you said to Dave was a question on the end of that gave you permission, is you asked about his pool. That's what you actually delivered. You actually demonstrated high levels of skill in what you said, but it isn't what you wrote. So I'd look to be able to remove the is now a good time to talk question that existed. Is what then I would add to this as well is the eyes. I want to connect with you because a lot of happening in the economy right now, and many of my clients have reached out to me with questions. Who's the hero of the story?
Yep, I see it.
Self-loving, right? And we're doing this in a training room environment on purpose because everybody is guilty of this. And I'm catching what I see commonly here. And impact on how can leverage the equity in the home. To try and swap the me's and the my's out of this and turn it into something that's more you focused. I love the crafting of 3 options though. And instead of saying many of the clients I've served in the past find themselves in one of these 3 situations, is right now people like you are finding themselves in one of these 3 situations. They're either outgrowing their current home, would like to move, but feel trapped because of their ultra low mortgage rate. Or perhaps they want to access the incredible equity that they've built up in their home to pay off their non-mortgage debt, to renovate their home, perhaps again, often feeling stuck due to a slightly lower mortgage rate. I'd insert like slightly. Because if we label it a low mortgage rate, you never want to get away from that, slightly lower. I mean, it's only 2.5% lower, right? Only 2.5%. What's 2.5%? It's nothing. Or they're considering cashing out their equity by selling their home whilst the market is still significantly higher than it has been in the past. See, all-time high is like photograph. Like a low mortgage rate, photograph, no movement. Dave, out of curiosity, do you find yourself in any of these 3 situations? We get a yes, we hit a period. What would happen if by alternative we said, which of these 3 scenarios best describes you? We got no lose. Right now, there's an option of none. Give them the option of which one describes them best and watch how what you've now got is a script that will work out with 6 out of 10 or 6.5 out of 10 will now lead to more of the conversations you're trying to have with 8 out of 10.
Great.
What I'm trying to get everybody to see at this moment in time is permanent refinement is the name of the game. Scripts should be written down. You do a great job of being able to write this down, yet they shouldn't be crystallized as PDFs. Google documents, Word documents, PowerPoints, and your mastery about your attitude and your product knowledge and the fact that you care about considerable growth is that you're editing this live at this moment in time tells me why you're a winner. And I think everybody can catch on that. Let's accept, though, that better is always possible. No best practices, because the market is always moving. You demonstrate product knowledge, you demonstrate emotional intelligence, you demonstrate high levels of attitude, yet let's keep refining the skill, and this can get even better. Great job, though, Josh, and I hope you don't mind me being a touch brutal on you.
I
but
love it.
largely to know that you're tough enough to be able to take it and realize the best can still keep getting better.
Appreciate the coaching. Thanks a lot, Phil. And thanks for being a
All
part of
right.
the community.
Hey, Josh, you are amazing. I've got a few minutes to debrief, but we've got to get Dan Keller on here. He's got a hard stop at 2. Dan almost needs no introduction. He's always one of the top 10 most viewed videos of the year. Last year, he was Script-A-Palooza was number 1, but Dan was the most watched interview of 2022. Dan I remember, guys, I tell everybody, what script do you want to use? Dan's like, how to get a new realtor, a new realtor to you on the phone. So Dan Keller, what you got?
Hey, thanks for having me, you guys. Again, is this number, I think this is number 6, right? 5 or 6?
This is number 6.
Wow. Okay. Like Josh said, it's funny going back and watching the first couple, because I'm sure we've gone through so much training and just personal growth and development. We're all a little bit more polished. And then, I'm sitting here listening to this all morning, listening to Phil. I was stoked to deliver some value to the Mortgage Coach community. Now I'm stoked to get my ass whooped. So Phil, bring it on. I mean, what you just did with Josh was just freaking rad. So I came across Phil. This may have been about a year ago. I was on a Tom Ferry podcast, and I made a recommitment to my business about a year ago as the market was transitioning to really get better at sales, to focus in on just selling. And I was searching high and low, hired a couple of guys out in the marketplace, not in the mortgage or real estate space. And, as algorithms have it nowadays, I was heading to the gym and up pops this YouTube video of a recorded podcast with Tom Ferry and Phil Jones. And I'm like, yeah, and was on selling. I stopped working out to sit down, to literally jot down notes and to just get schooled in the gym after listening to Phil and Tom basically role play. And Phil whooped Tom. Tom was like, I can't win here. You got me. And so I was like, I love this guy. I went out, bought a case of his books. I've handed these books out to numerous realtors in my community, and they all give me feedback that this is exactly what I need. This was so valuable. Thank you so much. So Phil, I'm excited to meet you, excited to get coached by you today. And Mortgage Coach community, this is a huge treat. So what I did back in, I believe it was March at the Modern Mortgage Summit, I talked about the phone call to whether it's a cold call or it's a lukewarm call to realtors to get the meeting. It wasn't necessarily about the script and what to say right away, but it was scripts and a mindset on how to handle objections. Okay, we can get good at handling the objections, knowing what they're going to say, and you get good at that, then we have a higher likelihood of then landing the meeting. So I want to encourage you, I'm not going to spend time on that, but this today is all about, we got the first meeting. Okay, so we got to deliver on our value proposition, the promises that we made on the phone call to get the meeting. And now today we got the meeting. Remember, my phone call script, my phone call dialogue to them is, we have 15 minutes. I want 15 minutes of your time because I have something I've got to get in front of you. And remember, it's about warm referrals. Okay, realtors love referrals and they love getting paid and they love seeing their name in shiny lights. So we've got the meeting. I'm going to start with a couple of things that you may want to write down some notes so you understand where I'm going with this. But 2 days prior to the meeting, I'm going to send out an email to them with my All About You form. Okay, the All About You form, we've talked about this before. It's a one-page survey to them, and it's all about them. It's some of their favorite things. Okay, I send this to the realtor. The other thing that I do, once I've made the call, we send out a calendar invite. So let's say that's 3 to 5 days in advance. Now that morning of the meeting, I'm going to text them, and I'm going to text them, I'm excited to meet with you today. I'm really stoked to learn more about your business, but share how we're going to help increase your warm referrals in the next 3 to 6 months. What is your favorite energy drink? What is your favorite coffee? So I'm either going to meet them at their office or I'm going to meet them for coffee. So I think it's important to understand that. So they get there. I don't like small talk. I don't like going to social events because I really dislike small talk, but we've got to get through the small talk to get to the real stuff. So I always start off with a compliment. So I'm going to go back to just one that I had the other day. he was probably 28 to 30 years old. He walked into the coffee shop and he just had this energy around him. He had a smile on his face. He was fit. I thought he was good looking. And I said, man, Taylor, I don't know. I looked at you and I just found this amazing energy around you. It was like, I love how happy you are and you're fit. So that's super important in sales, isn't it? And we instantly had a conversation around where he goes. He's a CrossFitter and I'm not a CrossFitter, but I'm an old school pound the weights kind of guy. And so we kind of talked about that. That was our small talk, but it actually went somewhere and meant something, something he was interested in, but I gave him a compliment. Okay. So whether it's a compliment, I think I heard Phil say this earlier, a compliment or like an award or something they've been recognized for. That's how I like to open. I already know what they're drinking. I already have the coffee there so we can sit down and get right to business. So the first thing I like to talk about when we sit down is I like to let them know what to expect. I don't like sales meetings when I don't know what to expect. And so I said, hey, I'm going to say, hey, like I told you, we're going to sit down and talk for about 15 minutes. It's all about you and all about your business. Real quick, did you get the email that I sent you that had the all about you form in it? Now, two things happen here. They either say, yes, that was amazing. Wow, that was really cool of you to send that out. Or they'll bring it or they'll send it back to myself. The other thing they'll say is, I saw it, but I didn't have a chance to look at that. Okay, if they say that, I table it. If they want to talk about it, how amazing it is, I said, it's a big part of my business. I have every single one of my clients fill out an all about you form. So when you work with me, I'm going to have our clients fill this out and I'm going to send this over to you so you can learn a little bit more about them up front. So I always start with the all about you form. Second thing is, and you've heard me coach on this, and we've done a call on this, the second question I go right into after the all about you form is I say, hey, Taylor, real quick, if time and money was not an issue, what would you roll out? What initiative right now would you be focusing on in your business if time and money was not an issue? And I just take notes. And this generates a conversation. This tells me what problems I can help solve. So remember, my talk at the Modern Mortgage Summit is we are in the business, we're solution finders. We're looking for solutions for them. We're looking for problems where we can bring about solutions. So we have a little bit of a dialogue around that. And then here's the closing question. So Taylor, if let's say I referred you a home buyer 4 weeks ago, and they're closing escrow today, you're going to deliver some keys today. Would you tell me about your post-closing client care process? Now, this is funny because most of the real estate agents, when I ask this question, they're like, well, like, what do you mean by that? And I say, well, you're going to escrow to meet them right now. Are you bringing them a gift? Tell me about how you're going to take care of them from now on. And most of them don't have a set process or a scalable process. And that's where my value comes in. That's my value proposition because I'm going to show them my 6x12 client follow-up program or client concierge program. So we talk about that. A lot of times they'll say, I'll bring them a bottle of champagne and some glasses, or I'll bring them a basket with some, a bottle of wine or something in that. And I said, okay, have you ever had a client where you maybe brought them something, but then later down the road, you found out that they maybe were a recovering alcoholic, or because of their religious preference, they don't drink alcohol. And sometimes they might say yes, might say no. The question or the answer doesn't really matter. My point is I circle back now to that all about you form. So you could customize your gifting if you had that all about you form up front, if you knew the exact kind of wine they drank, the exact kind of alcohol that they preferred, stuff like that. We talk about that. The other thing, and I to interject little tips here, I said one of the things that I turned on to one of my realtors was by using the all about you form, we found out that a client loved Sprite. The husband liked Diet Dr. Pepper. The husband's favorite candy or treat was Swedish fish, and the wife liked a Butterfinger. How cool would it be if you're out looking at 2 or 3 homes on a Saturday, you got a little cooler in your back seat, with those drinks and treats in it. And on the second home, you pull it out and you deliver a Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper to the husband and a Sprite to the wife with their goodies. Okay, these make an impression. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, through these conversations, coach these realtors into, wow, I just got a little bit of coaching, but I kind of flipped on the switch and a light bulb is going off that he's got some systems in place. So we get to that. And then here's my close. I'll say, Taylor, the main reason that I wanted to meet today is that last year, because of a process I'm going to give you here in a second, I was able to generate 65 warm referrals. And I know a guy like me, much like you, I'm sure, would like to not work harder or work more, but work more efficient. And if we can take really great care of our people and we can get 65 to 100 warm referrals a year, then isn't that a business that both of us have set out to build and to grow? You see, yes. And then now I transition right in to, and I'm going to share this with you all real quick. I'll upload all of this for you guys, but I transition into my 6x12 program. Before I do that, I think it's really important. This is the key word here today, you guys. It's relationship. The definition of a relationship is the way in which two or more concepts, objects, or people are connected, or the state of being connected. So we're in the relationship business, and we have to understand this. So the 6x12 program that I coach my realtors on and the loan officers that work with me is we meet and we visit twice a year. We call 6 times a year. We text 1 time a month. We mail. Direct mail is not dead. We direct mail 4 times a year. We email once a month, and we host 2 customer events. I call them VIP client events, customer events. I'm going to not use the word client anymore because of Phil, but we hold 2 events a year. So we go into that. Now, here is how I get them to the next meeting. So I have a program with a binder. Whether you're high tech, I can show you how to add this to your calendar, or if you'd like it in a binder format and use spreadsheets, I have it already built out for you. What I'd love to do next is have you come by my office and see how we work and sit down with you and roll this out starting today in your business. So can we book that for the same time in the same place for the same time next week on the same date? And that's working really, really well for me. So the idea around all of this, I want to close with this. It's not about a transaction. It's not about loans. It's about them. And we've got to make it about not just them, but about their money. We want to help them grow. We want to help them make more money. We want to protect their money. And I think as they hear me talk about this, we're not talking about mortgages. We're not talking about any other things other than finding some solutions that we can bring to their business to help them make more money.
Boom. Theme. The best of the best are creating value to help people build wealth with real estate. Phil, what do you got for Dan?
Dan, thank you for, unpacking so much specificity for people as to how they can actually take really practical, meaningful change and just almost pick up and execute on what you've laid down. That was remarkably valuable, very kind, very generous too. And I want to reiterate again that it's confidence, competence, and care, right? These 3 things showing up on repeat by everybody that is delivering value today. Confidence, competence, care. What you've also done, though, is something that very few people do. Lots of people offer to be valuable. If there's anything I can do to help, if there's anything I can do to be of more service for you, if there's anything I can do to deliver you more advice as needed. You haven't offered to be valuable, you've been valuable. Big, big difference between those 2 things. So many times we say this, right? Ever been in a grievance situation where you're dealing with something difficult, and what people say is, well, if there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. And how helpful is it to be on the receiving end of that statement? The opposite of helpful. It's like, I'm in a time of challenge and obstacle, when you're asking me to help you help me. You just made my life harder. What Dan's doing here is just being helpful. Just like if somebody was in a grievance scenario, you'd want somebody to be like, I'm just going to pick the kids up from school, or here's a lasagna, or I took care of the lawn for you, or something that was just done without any need for it to be, received with a well done, you're the hero. You're just delivering value. And people appreciate that. You've done it here for us. You're doing it for the real estate communities that you serve. You're doing it for your clients. So kudos for that. I think there's a big lesson in the way that you shape that out. The specificity in your process to how your realtor partner is experiencing the same process that you deliver towards your clients is show don't tell, right? They're on the receiving end of that, which creates all these curiosity gaps, which is magical. What I would say is the email 2 days prior is amazing to confirm the appointment. The text on the day of is amazing. The text on the day of could be amplified with a simple statement. This morning, I'm preparing for our meeting at 10:30 today, right? The minute you say I'm preparing for our meeting, what do? We create reciprocity. We create, well, geez, I can't cancel. The dude's already putting time, effort, and energy in. And we show a level of professionalism, just a statement up front that says, I'm preparing for our meeting today. The genius also, though, in the way that you've crafted that script is that this has an assumptive frame on it. This has an assumptive close. The only question you're asking them to confirm is not, are we still good for the meeting? You're like a version of what's your favorite energy drink? How do you take your coffee? Like the meeting is happening, right? This is not an excuse to cancel. Because I think many people say, well, I make that call the day before and give people the chance to be able to make sure they still have on the schedule. That's called a opportunity to cancel call, not a confirm an appointment call. So you're executing to a really high standard there. Not only that, though, is if you can indicate that you've prepared the meeting ahead of time, you can ask a further question. You're almost mapping out your agenda, right? As to what you're going to go through. Yep. Ask a simple question. Is there anything you'd like to add? So when you lay out the agenda of what it is you're going to talk about, and you ask the question, is there anything you'd like to add? Regardless of what they add behind it, you remain in control and you get new context. Covers a lot of ground remarkably quickly. I love the call back towards the compliment piece and that you comfortably show that you can hit on a dude and it's not creepy, right? It's fine. You can do that. And the reason people don't like small talk is because it's not useful. Yeah. Small talk can be remarkably useful if what you're doing is that you're finding some form of common ground. You're finding something that says, hey, we can both relate to each other. People do business with those that they know, like, and trust. Which one of those three is the most important? Hit me in the chat what you think out of those three things is the most important. Know, like, or trust.
Trust.
Right. Trust. Everybody says trust. Here's the kicker, right? I'm looking here. I see Denise, I see Josh, I see Dan, I see Jeremy, I see Todd, I see a number of people, Shayla here, I see Shiv, I see all of these people, Kyle, like I could trust all of these people to do a great job at writing a loan. So trust is the kicker that gets you in the game, but it isn't the kicker that puts you on the podium. The thing that kicks somebody into your realm of doing business is actually like. Yep. Trust gets you in the game, like gets you on the podium. So what Dan's working on here is early stage like. I mean, you like to keep in good shape. This real estate agent likes to stay in good shape. Chances are, outside of clients and mortgages and real estate, we've got something else to talk about. I like that. I'd rather talk to you about working out than I'd talk to Todd about winning by noon. Right? Just a different choice. Likability can kick in. And can you trust if you don't like? Yes, of course you can trust. Like, I trust a lot of people to be late all the time. Trust them. I trust certain people to overcharge. I trust people to do a lot of things, but trust is just what you believe to be true. Doesn't mean that they're going to be brilliant. Trust often exists. Likability is the kicker. What else would I add into here is some intelligent use of the word when, my friend, is, when you decide to work with me. Oh, that's happening. Instant visualization. I guess we're doing this. Is you're still making you the star of the show when you choose to work with me versus when you choose to perhaps share your first opportunity. Add some ambiguity in, and now what we've done is we visualized it with the same level of strength. There is a questioning framework that might be useful to everybody here when we find ourselves in these 15-minute meetings with realtors. You went straight to planning for the future. straight to where do they want to go, which is where we want to get to. But that's an uncomfortable place for people to share with a new friend. It's exciting, but quite often I'm going to tell you what I think you want me to say rather than what's actually true. So the arc that is safer is a past, present, future arc that in its crudest of sense is, so how did you get started? Probe, listen, probe, listen, probe, listen, probe, listen. So how did you get started? Followed by, where are you at? Followed by, so now what? Now, of course, obviously, you can beautify and elaborate and probe further on any of those three questions, but you see how if you're with a potential realtor partner, you go back to how did you get started? They're like, I know this one. They bridge the gap. So where are you at? Oh, brutal truth on that. So now what? You cover a lot of time remarkably quickly, and you get so much more earned context in approaching that way around. I'm going to warn you about something else that you said that might be useful too. Is you reach for the words on repeat when you were probing for further information from your realtor, the words tell me. When you say tell me, what you're delivering is called a command order. It almost comes across like looking down at somebody, tell me, tell me, tell me. It's aggressive, it creates friction. Now, it doesn't mean it doesn't work, it's just aggressive and it creates friction. If we want to reduce friction and have something that works better, swap the words tell me for the words help me. You know, help me understand what are some of the things that your existing clients love about when they work with you. Hey, help me understand this is what kind of process do you have to be able to amplify the relationship with your with the families that you help post closing table, post echo? Is softer and help me is pulley, tell me is pushy. Tiny little tweaks in language can make massive differences. Same with you reach for words like have you ever. Have you ever is I either want to proudly say yes and shut a conversation down, or like reserved say no, create friction, shut a conversation down. Swap the words to when was the last time? When was the last time that you found yourself in a situation when? How often and for how long? Play it slower, we build a bigger monster to be able to overcome. We get more truth and more reality. Denise says here, coaches for years have taught us to say, tell me what you think about. I love that you fixed this for me, because tell me, it's just a fight, right? And imagine a child scenario. Tell me what you were thinking. Resist, resist, resist. Hey, honey, like, help me understand, like, what was it you were thinking that made you decide to do that? Truth. Truth comes. What else did I write down for you here that I think was useful is, be careful with the I would love to's, is be careful with making promises you can't keep. If you're setting an expectation that you're going to give me 65 referrals and you give me 6.5 referrals, you're a liar. Trust gets broken down. I trust you to tell me what you thought I wanted to hear. So maybe activate it. Is in the last 12 months, we've delivered 74 referred piece of businesses to real estate professionals like you. And I'm continually looking at who the best referral partner is. So we get this right. I might be able to send you 2. I might be able to send you 12. I might be able to send you all 74. And guess what? We're growing this year. So that number might rise to 100. But that depends on how well we vibe and how well we work together. Honest and truthful. Don't wave a carrot that you can't promise to everybody. Try and be honest with that. And you call these events VIP client events, and then said it's about them and it's not about you. What are they to you? They're your VIP clients, right?
Yeah.
What do they see themselves as? That might be how you relabel these events. And I just wrote an example of what that could be, is you could create a wealth builder community. And that these are, wealth builder community events. What do all these people have in common? What do they see themselves as? And I'm not saying that's right. I'm presenting that as an idea for how you can identify this community in a way so that they see themselves in the title. Nobody wants to be like, I'm a VIP client of my LO. They want to be, as a result of the fact that I do business with a badass called Dan Kelly, he invites me into this wealth builder community. We meet twice a year and what we talk about is blank and we have a great time and there are awesome events. And, it changes how people perceive that. And I'd go community, I'd go collaboration, I'd call it something that people proudly want to say to their friends and family that they're a part of, as opposed to something you call them that is labeled at your end. So great job, my friend. Trying to just keep raining more practical advice on top of killer advice.
That's incredible. Thank you.
You are killing it, my man. So I want to remind folks again, there's a 5-minute video. I'll put a link, and we call these trust sequences, that Josh used. Now we're gonna have to call them trust and like sequences, but there is a sequence to how Phil teaches everyone to help. So I was going to go through this before between Josh and Dan, but we needed to get Dan on and off the stage. But if you're going to use scripts in this market, first of all, you got to have a lead. You got to have someone to talk to. And in this market, you need to be at the right time, at the right place with consumers. Right now, when people start thinking about buying a home, you don't know it. The realtor doesn't know it. They start watching, HGTV a little more. They start surfing apps a little bit more, but most originators don't know it. The best, and what Josh went through, he is making sure that he's got the signals so that when people are looking for a home, and then, top 5 reasons. I took this slide from our interview with Denise Donahue a few days ago. These are the 5 reasons people are selling in this market, and realtors need your help. In the Trust Engine platform, we're turning your database, which is noise right now. You don't know what's happening. You don't know when consumers are doing it, but we're turning it into signal. Like we have life events. We know when people are getting married. We know when people are having kids. We know when people are graduating. We know what their debt is, and we're putting advice on that. So it's never been more important that you're driving advice with a total cost analysis. For anyone that wants to, have your C-suite look at building a building trust engine around your tech stack, here's a code that you can scan and learn more about that. We'll also put a link down below in just a minute. So guys, we still have 3 amazing mortgage professionals. We're going to try to hard stop this at 3:00 just to set the stage for everyone. But we still have 3 more people. We've got Jeremy Forcier as the anchor man. Jeremy, thank you so much for coming early and be willing to stay late. Todd, anything you want to share before we bring on our next guest, and I'll have you bring on our next speaker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I want to say is just imagine you fly to New York City, you get to go to happy hour and hang out with Phil and, about 15 or 18 other folks, and then spend 2 full days dinner with Phil and the crew, and getting certified in exactly what to say. And that is exactly what Denise, Deborah, and myself had the privilege of doing a bit ago. So if you go to philjones.com, I'll share it with you real quick, just so you can kind of see what it looks like. You can sign up. Phil's actually teaches a handful of certifications personally each year, as well as he's got guides who teach him throughout the country as well. But the opportunity to be in that room in New York with Phil is priceless. And if you just go to philmjones.com, you can do that. I also threw it onto my link tree, which is just toddbookspan.me, where I've got the Win by Noon Planner free trial. I've got the link to Phil's certifications. I've got the link to Deborah's social media deep dive that she's hosting next week. So if you just go to toddbookspan.me, you can check it all out there. And we talked about the fact that Josh Metal is so great at executing. We will share later his slides, because he offered up that he would give you his slides so that you could swipe and adapt and then go execute with those slides yourself. He's actually updated them already with the adjustments. There's probably a better word for that, Phil. The adjustments that Phil suggested to him. And that's one of the things I love about this community, everyone's willingness to share. So we will make sure we get those slides to you as well. Up next, and we do appreciate you guys all hanging around. I'm pulling out my schedule so I can make sure. Oh my gosh, I'm super excited. Shivani Peterson's up next. And those of you who were part of the Modern Mortgage Summit were just blown away with her presentation there. And she's going to talk about how to handle outside noise that your clients are hearing. So Shivani, you are up, although I don't see you on Zoom right now.
There you are.
There.
Okay, here goes. Phil, take mercy. So I'm sure everybody who's on the call so far has heard that saying about loan officers who did really well in 2020 and 2021, and that we were just order takers back then. And now is when the market's going to differentiate and weed out the people who aren't really great at this business. But I want to offer an alternative perspective here. I want to say I was proud to be an order taker in 2020 and 2021. I took a lot of orders. It was pretty sweet, like 300 each year. And I know a lot of other loan officers who didn't take that many orders. They didn't have the brand for people to know that they could take their order in the first place, or they didn't have the systems in place to push through that kind of volume, or they weren't using MortgageCoach to differentiate themselves from other order takers. So before I dive into my script, I want to bring your attention to the fact that this is a foundation laying year where you get your business right and you get it tight so that when market conditions shift, you're ready to be the best order taker ever. You're ready to have big wins. That's what I did from 2017 to 2020. And I can tell you it's very rewarding when that shift happens. You're here watching Script-A-Palooza, investing in yourself, taking the time to take notes and learn everything and absorb it all because you're planting your seeds so that you can capitalize on the next order taking season. And I just want to say, good on you for doing that. Now, right now, I think one of the hardest things for us in the real estate industry, and this includes your realtor referral partners, is outside noise. Because even though folks are very distrusting of the media is still able to get into their heads with every headline about the housing market and interest rates being negative and doomsday. And then they see our social media telling them not to be upset about interest rates that are 7.5% because that's historically low. Well, historically, starter homes didn't cost $500,000, did they? So I imagine you have people coming into your office or calling you, and before you can even get to your rate script that you learned today or show them your total cost analysis, you're actually having to defend the concept of home ownership. You actually have to sell the American dream now when it used to be a given. Millennials either own homes or believe they never will. I recently saw a headline on that had exact percentages. And because people are ready for home ownership a little bit later in life these days, they're more set in their ways by then. They want to live a certain way. They're used to certain amenities. They probably already have kids and need to be in a certain neighborhood. So renting is a big obstacle for us because I think it's less about the American dream these days and more about a quality of life choice. If I can't afford to buy where I want to live, maybe I'll just rent. So my script for today is about objections, but rather than being prepared for them or having your script ready for them, I want you to focus on finding the fear behind people's objections that have been drilled into their head by the outside world that definitely has their own motives, but is not at all as invested in their financial future as you are. So let's say that Kathy calls you, and I'm going to be Kathy. So I want to get pre-approved, but I'm not even sure if now is the right time for me to buy. I'm not sure if I'll qualify for enough. I've heard that home prices are about to tank, but I've also heard they're very high. And I don't really want to buy at the top of the market. I'm worried about this upcoming recession because in the Great Recession, my parents had to short sell a home. And I was just graduating college at that time into a really shitty job market. So I've made a lot of calculated and careful decisions over the past 10 years. And I don't want to mess it all up now by making a wrong move and investing in real estate at the wrong time. I don't want to undo a decade of work towards financial stability. So I bet some of you guys have had lead calls like this, right? This is not sounding unfamiliar or strange. So at this point, I'm back to being the loan officer. I'm listening very sincerely and patiently to Kathy because I really want to gather a lot of information here about what she's feeling and what she's saying. And those are two different things. They might be aligned, but those are two different things. What is she feeling and what is she saying? So I'm not cutting her off to combat her objections. I'm not interjecting. I'm not rushing to provide all the data that I know indicates that we're not heading into a housing crash. I'm letting her lay out all these fears and expand on them fully. I'm not talking fast. I'm allowing for a little silence to make sure she completely finishes her train of thought. And then I'm going to say, those are great concerns. And I'm honestly glad to hear that you're taking this very seriously because it is a big financial move. Honestly, if you weren't asking me these questions right now, and if you weren't concerned about these things right now, you might not be ready to make such a big move in your life. I want to validate her feelings because I want to commend her for caring enough and for being aware enough and for not having her head in the sand. And then what I'm trying to do is create a safe space so that she'll be able to bring future concerns up to me. If someone gets in her ear about interest rates or about my bank or about a different loan program that we haven't discussed yet, or that we did discuss and rule out, but she forgot, I want to create a safe space where she's allowed to air out her concerns. And that's starting right now in this first conversation. I'm building connection between us so that I can start earning her trust. So then I'm going to ask her, what do these concerns mean to you specifically? And she might be caught off guard and it might be a little bit awkward here. And I think, hopefully Phil thinks so too, that that's okay, because we want to find out why she's worried about a housing crash. And it's okay to prompt her. You could say, Kathy, you mentioned your parents had a short sale and that you don't want to buy and have home values go down. Can you expand on that for me? Can you help me understand? And she will go on about how it would be terrible to buy a home and then have the value go down right after she made her investment. And then you will explain that that's not likely to happen based on market data, rates of forecasted appreciation, supply and demand. You'll go over a return on investment scenario with her. But then you would say, what about the potential of your home value going down after you purchase scares you the most, if it were to actually happen? I think she probably doesn't know. And that's what I've encountered most of the time in my conversations with clients. They probably haven't thought that far. They got so scared about the concept of their home value tanking or about a housing crash or about being upside down that they don't even really know, like, well, what happens to me if that happens? And so this is where you can come in and educate them that just because your home value goes down doesn't mean the bank automatically comes in and takes away your home. It's not like home value down, big blaring red siren, you're homeless. No, you just keep making your payment. And it is my job, Kathy, right now to make sure that you end up with a payment that you can actually afford. That's what I do. And so even in the very unlikely worst case scenario of your value dropping, nothing's going to happen to you. You're just going to keep making your payment. And then I can show you how over time, the value of real estate tends to go up. And the times that it has dipped a little, it rebounds. So that would likely happen for you too. The strategy here is to listen for the fear behind their objections and to truly be listening for what they're not saying and then help them say it. Because there's tons of outside noise right now, and we want to help people tie it down into what it actually means for them. Because then that enables them to make an informed decision. That informed decision may not be to buy today, but I'm going to help you gather all the information you need to make that decision from an educated place. So I think in order to do this, in wrapping up, you need to do three things. You need to listen and allow for silence, even if it's uncomfortable. Don't be planning your arguments and don't be preparing your script, just listen. And then validate and create a safe space. And then lastly, get to the real fear so you can address it, because then you're really able to move forward with them to help them closer towards their goals.
Boom. So good, Shivani. And again, Shivani is a mortgage coach grandmaster. She's done thousands of TCAs. She's applying all those skills on the front end, and then she's giving incredible advice. Phil, thoughts? Go easy, as Shivani said.
I can't promise to go easy. I haven't going to create any favoritism to go easy on any one individual, right? We're just trying to be truthful and use this environment of being in the training room environment together to see what we can do to learn and see what we can do to level up.
That's not a good start, Phil.
Well, it's about perspective setting, right?
Bring it.
If I set the style there, you're like, okay, what comes next? And you just exude kindness is the way that you come across and the way that you delivered that. Is we're back to that detachment of outcome, but being prepared to create a space to allow people to make smart, capable, good decisions. There's no telling here. There's no idea of being an expert that you're going to rebrief people on why what they're thinking is wrong. And what I love about your process here is that you're realizing that an argument is a bad idea. Because any form of conflict scenario results in a winner and a loser, which means if you're the winner, the other person feels like a loser and decides to not want to do business with you. Is you're creating a space that allows people to be able to change what they currently believe or what they thought they believed when they first entered into the conversation. So real quick, just to everybody else, tell me what you see when I hold this up to camera right now. And hit me that in the chat. And quite obviously, you're going to say, well, it's a copy of exactly what to say, right? You see that book. But what do I see? What I see is I see a black Sharpie pen. Who'd be right? Well, the trouble is that we are both right based on the perspective that we are looking at something from. Yeah, we could sit there forever and I could be like, it's a pen, you freaking idiot. What's wrong with you? Can you not see the pen? Like I see it written here. It says profile ball 1.4. What the freaking hell are you? Are you blind? Are you an idiot? This is sometimes what happens when we find ourselves in conflict situations with clients, is we jump straight to this desire of saying you're wrong to think what you're thinking. What Shivani's saying here is that you may well be right to think what you're thinking, yet your vantage point that you're looking at it from is either missing data, or it's an incomplete picture, or that you're not seeing the whole of the perspective. You slow the process down to speed the outcome up, to allow people to get to a position of a new normal or a new truth. It's very well executed. I think it's very well done. Here's some tweaks in verbiage and some tweaks in words that I think would be useful. Is when you say these are great concerns to have, the label great concerns, I think, diminishes the next step that you're trying to be able to make. I don't think we can use the adjective great for concerns.
Valid.
If we swap it to important, now all of a sudden you bought yourself more time. You're still recognizing it in the exact same way. You're remarkably complex, you're remarkably graceful at how you tackle complex questions. You ask a big, bold, obnoxious question without it sounding big, bold, or obnoxious, which was the question where you were getting them to be able to share more information about what their real fears were there. And can you remind me the precise language?
You mentioned that your parents had a short sale and then you don't want to buy and have home values go down. Can you expand on that for me? Can you help me understand?
Right. So you're asking for brutal truth, but you're padding it in a way that is laced in curiosity that they cannot not tell you. Catch that, right? They cannot not tell you the bigger structure of the story. When you start to be able to get the truth, when even they're mouthing it out loud, they're doing their own work. That's what they're doing, right? They're starting to realize that what they're thinking might not be as scary as they thought it was. You're asking them to stare the monster in the face. They're describing the monster and they're like, the monster's a pussycat. As they're saying it out loud, they're like, this isn't a lion. This is like a Siamese little beauty. It's not anywhere near as scary. It might scratch me, but it won't beat me, right? That's what they're starting to be able to see. Stephanie puts in the chat, when I relabeled great concerns to important concerns, could you say common concerns? Now, common concerns is now making it not about you and your unique circumstances. We now just made it about everybody else. We now just turned this into a commentary about the market as opposed to the decision-making of the individual. Important says, let's slow down. And then every action that you took next, slowed down. I said, let's get to a position of understanding. Your questions got towards that. You're so curious in your tone. Some people will struggle to be as curious as you are with tone, which means that we might have to insert curiosity. It's funny, you can ask a big, bold question without sounding rude or obnoxious if you preface it with the words, just out of curiosity. That slows you down. Help me understand, slows you down. It helps somebody understand that you're puzzled or you're confused about what they're thinking. I think there's then some skill and grace we can level up on how you achieve the same outcome with more consistency, more confidence, and in a shorter period of time. You up for hearing how you could do that?
Yeah.
So the same set of circumstances, you've got somebody nervous about whether they should enter the market of being a home buyer. You make a great point, is that we do have to resell the idea of home ownership. Not I'm buying a home who's got the best rate, when's the right time, is am I actually going to get to home ownership? So we start with a bigger, broader, wider question. How important is it to you that at some point in time that you actually own your own home and you control your own living expenses? How important is it to you? At some point that you actually, now they're going to say, well, you know, at some point I want to be able to control my own living expenses. I do want to be able to own a home, that it's imperative that I do this at some point, because what I don't want is the escalating expense of things going up and up and up and up. They're going to say at some point. So now what they've just said is, I'd like to buy a home one day. Yeah, but on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being this needs to happen and 1 being it's a cute idea, how important is it to you that you become a homeowner and that you control your expenses at some point? Well, I guess it's like a 9. Okay, now we got context. Well, how long do you see yourself living in your next home? Look what happens now. When you say, how long do you see yourself living in your next home? They're likely to be able to give an answer of 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 9 years. They're not talking to you about the home they might live in for the weekend, right? They're talking to you about this idea of purchasing the next home with some longevity to it. Yet there's magic in that question. When I say, how long do you see yourself? What just happened? They just saw themselves in their mind's eye moving into a home. Front door happened, 15 Thanksgiving dinners happens, presents at birthday time happened, cooking in the kitchen happened, playing in the yard happened. It all happened in a nanosecond, all in their subconscious brain. They went boom, 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 boom. They just moved in. Now all of a sudden their want and desire to be a homeowner just turned up. How long do you see yourself? You've got a new piece of evidence again, right? They'd like to be a homeowner. It's important they do it at some time. What else is true is the next move they're planning to make is for a sustained period of time in the future. We then throw a third question in, is what do you understand about the potential consequences of perhaps being a long-term renter? Oh, we just built a monster in the room that was bigger than the one they were previously scared of, right? The long-term renter scenario is actually the big ugly monster that nobody's talking about. Well, I don't understand much about the potential consequences of being a long-term renter. Now you've got complete control to be able to educate.
That is so
the same
good.
way you're educating. Three moves though, right? 3 simple moves, and now we got an evolution where we took your solid 8 out of 10 approach to avoid and deal with objections to just say, we ain't going to get that objection anymore. What does this person now feel? They feel smarter than everybody else in the same set of circumstances. They're like, I ain't going to be a long-term renter. I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to start to acquire equity. I am going to own my own home. Unlike all these other stupid millennials that when they're 80, are going to be paying 30 times the amount they're paying right now for cost of living. They're going to be looking at generational mortgages at best. They're all going to be moving into hostels. I mean, they might all have to move to Puerto Rico. Who knows, right? That's what they're starting to be able to think about. But you've provided some context that makes your potential buyer feel like the smartest person in their social circle. It's the same as what you said, it's just marginally different. And I built that on the fly, but can you see how that would evolve what it is you're doing?
That's game changing.
You're welcome. Get to the same outcome slightly quicker and with more confidence and more certainty, using the same methodology of being patient, delivering kindness, and listening with more intent. It's just now what you're listening to is like, thank you, thank you, thank you. And the only path that makes the most sense is we probably should be in the market now, looking to be able to write offers yesterday, securing a mortgage in what's available at this moment in time with the ability to refinance at a future date if needed.
Boom. So much value. So guys, I know we're going long, but it's really game-changing value that everybody's getting. When we put this, we'll have the full recording in our playlist. We'll also break down each script and have each one uploaded individually for homework. So Jeremy is closing this out, but before we have Jeremy, we have Kyle Wright. Kyle is the #1 loan officer with American Pacific Mortgage. I interviewed Kyle the first time, I don't know, it's been a couple months ago, and he was amazing. I first interviewed him because he was doing such an incredible job of how he was calling all the database scripts from sales boomerang alerts at American Pacific. But now he's become a mortgage coach, #1 loan officer at American Pacific. I think he's going to hit 140-ish million this year. Kyle, welcome to Script-A-Palooza. What do you got?
Yeah, thanks for having me on here. So my script that we're going over is how to get realtor partners to refer you business and how you get them to do it the way that you want. And at the beginning of my career, it was one of my biggest problems that I ran across is that all these realtors, they had terrible habits about how to refer someone. I'd get calls left and right, like on a Thursday, be like, hey, did Bob call you? I sent him your information on Tuesday. No, Bob did not call me on Tuesday. Didn't call me on Wednesday. Now it's Thursday. And Bob most likely has talked to 4 other mortgage lenders in that time frame. So I really took a deep dive in helping educate my realtor partners on why it was so important to get me the contact information. And we all do this. Every lender wants that information up front from the client. We want to be responsible for reaching out to that client and not having that client reach out to us. And what I focused mostly on was educating them first, and then I gave them the scripts. Education was one, why is it important that your lender is on the deal with you while you're out looking for homes? That was important because let's say that you don't jive well with the other lender that's on there, but that lender just happens to be friends with that client or has a better connection with that client than you do. That lender is in an opportunity to, the minute you say one thing, even though it might be true or might not be true, you say one thing, that client's like, man, he said this, Dave said this thing the other day that was weird. I come in and say, oh, he did? Man, that is kind of weird. How about you talk to my guy, Greg? He's a great realtor that can help you. And lenders are doing this left and right. I mean, it's happening all the time. I still lose deals this way. And my realtor partners, help me gain deals this way. But it's important that when we are talking to our realtor partners, that we're explaining the importance of having me on the deal. So let's say, Dave, you're my real estate agent and your client calls me up and says, man, Dave said this really weird thing. And, we couldn't get this done on the request for repair items. Since we're working together, I'm going to back you up. I'm going to say, yeah, right now it's just a tough market. And right now sellers aren't wanting to do as many repairs, or they're just wanting to give you a credit instead of doing the repairs or whatever it may be. But now I'm backing you up. Whereas if you weren't my realtor partner, I was trying to get the deal away from you, I'd be doing the opposite. Man, I can't believe he said something that sellers should be doing the repairs, or they should be doing that. And realtors are doing that, on the phone. And so you want to make sure that these realtors are understanding that the importance of having you on the deal mean they're less likely to leave you. There's a statistic out there that says that 70% of clients don't leave the first realtor or lender that they pair up with. Well, I'd like to, make sure that that's more like 90%, because I've got it paired with a realtor partner. And same with the realtor partner. You want it paired with a lender that's willing to go to bat for you and continue to back you up along the way. So educating them on why that's important, right? They're less likely to have a client leave them because there's not going to be a lender bad-mouthing them or throwing them under the bus during the transaction or out while they're out showing houses or whatever it may be. So you educate them. And you just, when you're talking to the client or when you're talking to the real estate agent, I tell them, I say, hey, when you're on the phone with a client, you just say, hey, are you working with a real estate agent, or are you working with a lender? And most of them will say yes or no. If they say yes, you just say, that's great. I'd love for you to talk to my loan officer, and that way he can get some information from you and we can see where we go from there. They say no, it's great. I'd love for you to talk to my loan officer and see where we can go from there. And a lot of the realtors be like, well, they said they had someone. Yeah, but so what does it matter if they have someone? You're telling them that they're working with you, and part of that process, whether they have someone or don't have someone, is talking to me. So when you're talking to them, you want to make sure that they are in that position to know that my lender is going to reach out. And what you don't do is you don't say, hey, is it okay if I give my information to my lender? No, you don't ever ask that. You say, my lender's going to reach out to you. He's amazing. You don't ask them for permission. You don't do any of that. You just say, my lender's going to reach out to you. Usually if you get a rebuttal from there, that's when you can continue to go into why the importance of, having Kyle reach out to you. But typically I do that. The other thing that I focus on when I'm talking to them is they'll say, well, we have to refer 3 people. Okay, this is how I refer 3 people if I was in your position. Hello, Mr. Client. I know that you can go to your local bank, which, I've heard that they have some decent programs. You can also contact a credit union or go online, or I can make it really simple for you, and I can just have my loan officer reach right out to you and make it super easy and take care of everything over the phone with you. And I typically have them do something like that when they're saying, oh, I have to refer 3 lenders. You don't have to refer 3 lenders. You can mention 3 lenders and you can refer someone that you prefer to work with because you know that they take care of business and they will get your deal done on time. Or if something goes sideways, you know that they'll take care of it. And you want to make sure you do that. And so when I'm talking to my realtor partners, it's all about educating them on why it's important to have me on the transaction, and then what they can do on those rebuttals. Usually it's, oh, well, I don't know how to, hand off a lead. Well, here's how you hand off a lead. Or I'm supposed to refer 3 lenders. Well, here's how you can refer 3 lenders without, actually referring 3 lenders. You can refer just your one guy, but you can mention the 2 other banks. And so that's kind of typically how I go through that. But I make sure that they understand the importance of having me on the transaction with them and what it does as far as keeping the retention of that client. And then also what it does to the client, when you back them up constantly.
Love it, Kyle. And just a reminder to everybody picks these scripts. Kyle felt like this was an important scripted strategy. Phil, what do you got?
Man, I mean, so much good stuff here. And I don't know if people are aware of just how much value is being poured in, right? This is fast-tracked wisdom. This is decades of experience that people are getting in an afternoon. Like, you've just picked up literally decades of advanced level experience from Kyle and everybody else who's come before them that are mapping out exactly how they do things. Kyle, you do a great job. And I think even identifying this angle and realizing that there's a potential leak in a bucket here that could be costing you business if you don't plug this leak is a big win-win for both you and the realtor partner, right? You're helping somebody see around the corner. You're showing a level of competence. You're showing a level of confidence. You're showing that you care about the results for both the client and the realtor partner, that you're proving that you are in this for partnership, not just in this for short-term gain. So there's great gold in all of that. Be careful of the my's and the me's, though. I'm here to educate my realtor partners to give me the details. Be careful of being the hero of your own story. When you're speaking to realtors, make them the hero. When you're speaking to clients, make them the smartest person in the room, and allow that positioning to exist on repeat, on repeat, on repeat. And you'll find that it becomes even more effective. What else am I seeing here as well is when you're looking to be able to bring up a situation that lenders may have lost a deal, instead of state it, ask it. You're saying things like, I'm sure there have been occasions where this has happened and this has happened and this has happened. Create a problem worth solving. Use the strategy of when was the last time? When was the last time that you found yourself in a situation where, a really good potential buyer went AWOL, went missing because of the fact that either another realtor or the loan officer created some confusing information that conflicted with your advice? When was the last time that happened? That was just a week ago. Wow. Okay. And like, how often does something like that show up? Like, funnily enough, I mean, it can happen as like weekly, monthly, whatever. Okay. And for how long has that been an issue to you? Well, it's been as long as I've been in the industry. There's been somebody saying something that confuses the client so they don't go on to be able to move forward. Boom, big body of evidence, right? Same outcome that you achieved, we just got there quicker and with more certainty. What you're doing that is super intelligent, though, is you're building a team with your realtor partner. Most decisions are made by individuals or pairs. And if there's an individual or a pair versus you are highly likely to be outnumbered. What you're building here in partnerships is your worst case scenario going to be like 2 on 2. But quite often, you're now the 2 and you could be against one decision maker. And these 2 people are saying one version of truth. This person over here is confused. These 2 people are winning the argument significantly better. The story math is adding up really well with your strategy. And you're giving people a huge edge by partnering with you. You're taking what is a generic value proposition that everybody else offers. You narrow in on a really important problem that shows up that is rarely talked about, and you're making that the tip of your arrow of your value prop. You're going to win business. You're going to bring people in your direction. There are people like, yeah, that's right. That happens way too often. It's a beautiful angle to be able to play. What I'd build on this, though, is a few tiny little subtle changes, if you're up for it, that I think could add even increased efficacy to what it is you're doing. If you ask the question, are you working with a lender? Typical answer is yes. I love your that's great, and that you introduce, we'll do this, or they say that's great, and you introduce the same thing, but you're getting huge efficiency out of that. We still don't need the friction. If you swap the are you with a who are you planning on writing your mortgage with? Who are you planning on funding the home through? Who are you planning on partner with? If you ask a who question, if they can't give you a precise name off the bat, they're clearly not working with anybody with any level of commitment. So what happens is you achieve the same outcome slightly quicker. You can do an even bigger job without using the my lender label as well. I'll introduce you to my lender. You don't need to own the lender relationship in the same way. I love the 3 steering. I just think you can do it again with increased efficiency. So when it comes to choosing a lender, the way I see it is you have 3 options. What you could do is, you could take the default option and see what your bank can offer you when they only have a limited range of products. Alternatively, what you could do is that you could try and shop around with all the online options and see what might be able to work for you, with you figuring out the answers to all the questions yourselves. Or I could introduce you to an experienced local lender that I've worked with a number of times in the past, that knows the market, understands what's required from an appraisal point of view, and can hold your hand and walk you through every step of the process. That means that you actually get to the closing table with a more appropriate product for your family's unique set of circumstances. Out of those 3 options, which one do you think makes the most sense to you? They're like, oh, experienced local lender. You're like, great, I'll introduce you to my guy. It's the same, it's just putting a move in there that is slightly different. So what we've got here is Kyle doing stuff that is crushing, and I'm just trying to polish. I think Todd said earlier is, what's the word? It's not adjustments. We're not adjusting. We're just polishing brilliance. These are people that are achieving fantastic results. My job in this training environment is to say, can we just tweak it up a little? And Kyle, could you see some of those polishing moments, just reducing some friction, getting you to the same outcome slightly quicker?
Yeah, obviously, wording it in a little different way. And it's hard also when, you're trying to explain it right here on camera with everyone and not actually doing it.
Doesn't get harder than this, right?
Doing it live with a realtor partner, there's a lot less me's and I's and things like that. When you're trying to explain it, a couple more add in there, but for sure, absolutely making sure that you make it more about them, because at the end of the day, that's what I'm here for, is I'm here to help them, create and expand and have a bigger return on the clients that they are currently working with. Because it is a problem where lots of realtor partners, they talk to someone and then boom, they're gone. What happened?
Right. They create chaos when you were trying to create order.
Yeah. And another thing that, when I'm having these conversations, I use this almost word for word on every transaction that I do. And I tell realtor partners that they need to do the same thing when they're talking to their clients as well. And I say, if you want to use it, you can steal it from me. You can do whatever you need to do. But one of the biggest things, and when you touch on this with someone else, is that there was, misinformation, and they're hearing from other people or whatever, and with someone else's script. But usually how I combat that with, referring lenders and stuff like that is I say, this is just me saying it to my clients, and I tell realtors they can use this on the front end as well. But I tell them buying a home is stressful. There's no way around this, that buying a home is stressful. It's one of the biggest purchases that you're going to make in your entire life. You don't do this every single day like I do. And so because of that, I, Kyle, have prepared for myself for you to emotionally freak out 6 to 10 times. If we get to 11, we might need to call in a professional. And I say it just like that. Amazing. Every single time. And what I'm trying to know, there's going to be stuff. And then I give a couple examples. You're going to get loan estimates or closing disclosure. You're going to call me and be like, Kyle, it's $300 more expensive per month than you said. Well, it's probably just that you're reading the form wrong. I'll walk you through it. Or this is going to happen on your inspection report, or this is going to happen with your appraisal. And I give them 3 or 4 examples. And I say, and I know you're going to want to reach out to your parents, and I know you're going to want to reach out to your uncles and your friends and everything like that. But guess what? This is your transaction. The realtor and I are here for you, for your problems. Make sure you talk to us and that you come to us. We have prepared for you to freak out on us. Let us do our job.
I love that. I'm going to give you a little tweak that might set you up for longer term business. Is you're talking about a lot of first time buyers here, right?
Just anyone. I use the same script for anyone.
If you can show them that you know them and you can say, this is your first transaction, or this is your third transaction of a home, this is your sixth transaction of your home. And for context, this is my 7,432nd. Yet in all of those transactions, somebody has found themselves in a situation where they freaked out. They've had a question they needed an answer for. They needed the support of a loved one, a friend, or a family member to help them find moments of clarity. And the reason that I wanted to point out to you today that this is only your first transaction and that we've done so many is that by choosing to work with us, what you benefit from is somebody who takes a long-term view to help you make not only the right decision today, but all of the right decisions from now on in all of your home search needs, in all of your real estate needs, in everything that is focused on your wealth creation over the next 20, 30, 50 years, call it a lifetime. That's the difference you get when you choose us. And I think it allows you to be able to take the same thing you're doing, set up a longer term view, move them away from the micro moment, and relief floods through the other person, like just found my guy, is that you can take what you're doing here and turn it up to an 11.
Yeah.
Great work though, Kyle. Really, really good. We're still trying to just keep polished brilliance, and it's getting harder and harder as you folks keep stacking on, magic on top of each other's performance.
Well, all right. So talking about brilliance, I always feel like we try to make sure that we save some greatness for the end, right? They say save the best for last. And anyone who has, all of you been part of this community for so long know that Jeremy Forcier always brings the magic. And without further ado, Jeremy's going to talk about how to get realtor meetings, which is something all of you want more of in this market.
What is a meeting?
Hey, we don't see on your camera, Jeremy.
Jeremy's unavailable. He was scheduled for 1:43. It's just he couldn't make it today. So, the thing is, people wrestle with asking for realtor appointments all the time. And it's a huge issue, in my opinion. It really is. They struggle with it. They grapple with it. They're like, what do I say? What do I do? What's the script? Someone tell me the script, please. Tell me the script. Listen, man, here's what the scripts are. They're just conversations, and you got to have some fun. Like, if you're not having any fun with it, you're going to suck at it. So you got to practice at having a little bit of fun, bringing some energy to it. You don't have to wear a mask like this. I was just having a good time while I was waiting my turn. I'm all sweaty because of it. But the reality is that you just have to have a good time. So here's what we're going to talk about. How am I getting appointments with realtors right now? What's working and what will work for you? Okay, so here's the context of a script that you can create for yourself. So I'll tell you what I'm doing, but let's give you the outline so you can create your own as well. So I just simply follow the 3 Ps. It's very, very, very simple, right? So if I can predict what someone is going to say or respond, what their response is going to be with my ask, then I can preempt, right? I can preempt in advance, and then I can prevent them from saying no or objecting in a way that will not make me feel good. Okay, so that is the sequence of events when I'm asking for any type of appointment meeting with new realtors. And I do think that this is probably the easiest time to get appointments with agents that I've personally ever experienced in my career. Okay, so let me give you a couple examples. Script number 1, and context is important, by the way. So context is like, the realtor and you work with them. That's easy. I'm not going to do that today, right? You know the realtor, or they may know of you, but you don't work with them, right? Or you don't know the realtor, you just looked them up online, checked out their numbers, and you have no idea if they know you. They probably don't know you at all. Okay, so those are slightly different conversations each time. So let's start with, hey, they might know who I am, I know who they are, right? So the script is really, really simple. Dave, would you do me the honor and pleasure of role playing with me, please?
Sure.
Because, it's Script-A-Palooza, isn't it?
Let's go.
All right, cool. So ring, ring, ring.
Hello.
Hello, is this Dave?
This is.
Hey, Dave, it's Jeremy Forcier, Cross Country Mortgage.
Okay.
Hey, the purpose of my call today is that I noticed you have 3 listings that are sitting on the market for over 31 days. And I would love to go over a solution where I can help you sell those homes and not have to reduce the price by 10% to get an offer accepted.
Sounds interesting.
Great. Are you available tomorrow at 10, Tuesday at 11, or Friday at 4?
3.
Great, whatever. It's not that easy, just so you know. Right?
I was gonna say, I didn't know where to. I think maybe we should put D Bird on the role play. She's a little tough.
Let's get Phil to role play with
Bring
me.
it.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's the deal, right? Is that I'm being serious now, wrestling mask off. Sometimes it actually is that easy, just so you know. I swear, it really is. I've had so many people interact with me. Jennifer P, I won't use her last name, right? Big agent here where I am. Knows who I am. I know who she is. We've done random transactions where she's listing agent, right? But we've never really worked together. So I called and used this script with her, and she was like, yeah, sure. You know what? I don't really take appointments, and I'd be happy to meet with you. So it can be that easy, but usually it's not, right? Usually there's a lot more objections, right, to it. But it can be that easy. So don't let the fear of rejection get in the way of just asking. But you have to provide some type of value to them, right? And you can't go in with some bullshit, all right? Like that you're going to give them 100 leads and $1 million. And hey, this is my favorite, by the way. And if you do this, it's okay. By the way, I'm not talking crap. I used to do this my first 7 years of my career, and I'm horrified that I did it for the first 7 years. I'd meet with someone, I'd use a script. Listen, I'm looking to refer more realtors, right, in the area. Like, I would love to refer you some deals, right? You refer me and I refer you, and we'll do a 1-for-1 back and forth. It's the biggest lie on the planet, right? It doesn't work that way, right? We don't have a downhill stream of leads. So make sure you're authentic in everything that you're presenting, that it solves a real issue to them. Now, what I was solving in that scenario was showing them how they can use the buy down strategy, temporary buy down, to help people get the payment that they need in order to purchase the house at a price that would be acceptable to a seller. So you get into strategy in the meeting, or you get to strategy in the meeting. Now, even if they don't ever use the strategy, doesn't matter. It's that you're providing something 100% for them. And you always want to use, I don't know what scripts are, by the way. I'm being serious. Ask Dave when he texts me, he's like, what scripts do you want to use? And I was like, I don't know, man. What do you want me to talk about? They're like, they're all conversations. That's what scripts are. It'll be so much easier for you to do yourself if you understand these are just conversations. What type of conversations am I having in the market? What type of issues are we having in the market to create solutions to? So that's one. Okay, here's a second one. And this one works too. It would be like this. I'm going to role play with myself. It's just easier and more fun. Okay, ring, ring, ring. Hello. Yeah, hi, this is Jeremy Forcier with Cross Country Mortgage. How are you? Oh, hi, Jeremy. What do you need? That's typical too, by the way. What do you need, or what do you want? What do you want? What do you need? What's the problem? That's always my favorite. I'm like, what's the problem? Like, you don't even know why I'm calling yet, but that is real, right? So, oh, hi, what do you need? Well, I don't need anything. I was calling to see if I could help you with any challenges you're having in the market right now. I don't know if you are experiencing them, but I am. I'm having challenges in the market right now with getting buyers into contract because there's such little inventory. Are you having the same challenges? Ask them a real question and be a little vulnerable. Tell them what your challenges are. It doesn't matter if I closed 540 loans last year or the year before. I ain't closing that this year, y'all. Man, it is brutal out there. All right, it's just the truth. And I'm working really, really hard. And I'm willing to ask what are their challenges and share mine first, right? This is what I'm struggling with. Are you seeing anything like this? Do you have any homes that are coming on the market that someone would want to sell off market? I'd be happy to take a look at my pre-approval list and see if I have a good fit for your house if your seller doesn't want to put it on the market. Okay, that's a script. It's a conversation. It's a way that you can share vulnerability and get them to share. They all have challenges, you guys. Every single one of them, the best of the best, the worst of the worst. So we have to help them solve those challenges, but you can't be a pompous you know what, and get up there and just be like, hey, yeah, I don't know if you know, but I made like 5 mil 2 years ago. Like, life was really good. I don't really need to work right now. You can't do that. Like, we can't do that. We have to come with real solutions that are going to help them with any challenge they face, but you're never going to find out unless you can get them to open up and tell you what's going on. So that's another script that I'm using a lot. Like, do you have any homes that are not on the market yet? Or do you have any listings coming up where your sellers are afraid to list because they want to buy first and they don't want to put it on the market because they're worried about 500 people walking through their house because there's no inventory, right? I'd be more than happy to scrub against my list, put you in touch with the agent who's currently working with them, and maybe they can come see your house. Like, you really have to make it about them. 100, 100, 100%. Make it about them. Okay, so that's script 2 that's working for me right now. Now, script 3 is around bridge loans. So here's how this one sounds. Ring, ring, ring. Oh, hi. Hey, it's Jeremy Forcier with Cross Country Mortgage. Oh, hi, Jeremy. Hey, my purpose of my call today is that I'm finding that a lot of people are not listing their homes that do want to move because they're afraid that they can't find something if they sell their house, that they're not going to be able to find a replacement home. Do you have anyone in that situation? Because I have some great information I'd be happy to send you in a video email that you could review and take a look at with your potential seller if you'd like, that may move the needle for them. And then they say, sure. Just so you know, they always say yes to that and even ask for an appointment. I'm just basically like, hey, can I send you some cool information that might help you close a transaction, move the needle, get someone to think about something differently. And then you have to send it with no expectation. Hey, send it with no expectation. You will get appointments. You will get appointments. I promise. Last one, because I have a timer here. Okay, Mr. Matt S. Right? So I have followed up with Matt S. for, geez, on and off for 4.5 years. All right. Awesome realtor. Never met him in person, but does great business, and I've heard great things, and has been a listing agent on lots of transactions over the years. So I started this 10 by 10 campaign, meaning I'm going to follow up with him for 10 weeks in a row, right? 10 times. Didn't get back to me once. You know, I was feeling a little rejected, right? Ego hurt a little bit. I was like, gosh, man. I called him, sent him a text, sent him a gift, like send him a video, send him a flyer. I was even having fun on the voicemail. I was like, hey man, 7 no's usually equals 1 yes. I'm getting close. Like, it's going to be 8 next week. Like, just being a weirdo, having fun. Nothing. I ended up going to an event for my daddy-daughter high school dance, okay, at Cardinal Newman High School. And a big gentleman, you guys all know I'm 5'6", by the way, so I'm a small man, right? So big gentleman, I can feel the presence behind me. And I'm like, what? I turn around and it's this guy, Matt. I didn't know it was Matt. And he was like, hey, are you Jeremy Forcier? So the first thought, right, is I don't know how to answer this. Is he going to punch me in the face? Like, he's a big dude. And I say, yeah, you know, I'm Jeremy. And he goes, hey man, Matt blank, right? Pleasure to meet you. And I was like, dude, you don't ever call me back. He goes, before you say anything else, I want to let you know, I tell every single realtor that you are the most on it, authentic, fun loan officer I've ever encountered. And I feel awful that I haven't got back to you. It is not personal. And I was like, oh, cool, no problem. I go, you could have texted me that. That's what I told him. I go, you could have texted me that. You could have just called me back and said, you're busy. And he laughed. But we got to know each other there, right? So we got to know each other there. And I got his, cell phone number, which I already had. But I said, hey, send me your contact info. He did. So I texted him some pictures of me hungover the next day in my backyard, right? I go, look at how I'm feeling. How do you look? And he texts me back immediately. All of a sudden we have dialogue. I still have not met with this man, just so you know, outside of that one interaction 4 months ago. And he has referred me 6 clients since then. 6. My point is, don't be afraid to have conversations. Don't be afraid to keep going and add value. Don't be afraid to have fun. Be real, be authentic, be about them 100%. Because you don't know what their circumstances are. You don't know when the right time for them to say, wow, I really got to know this person and I've never met them. And I built trust just through being authentic. And now we have a working relationship. Still haven't met with him, but he is fantastic. So don't be a bum. Don't overcomplicate everything. Don't be like Stewie in Succession and think that you're into bad drugs and weird sex when you're really into pancakes and waffles, right? And you just kiss some dudes every now and then. Don't be like Stewie from Succession. Be like Kendall. Just go for it. Have fun with it. Be direct. Have a good time. And I promise you, don't worry about the word scripts. It's my final thought. Don't worry about the word scripts. These are human interactions. And last time I checked, every single person on here doesn't have ChatGPT running through their veins. You're a human as well. So go make that connection. Go have that conversation. If you can't think of something to come up with to talk about, look at your last week of conversations and appointments and look at those problems you solved and share those gosh darn problems with other people and how you solved them. But not because you're awesome, because you have solutions to help other people that need to hear your message. So thanks for having me, Dave.
Boom, Jeremy Forcier, great, authentic, pure J-Force. Phil, what do you got?
We've got to finish strong here as well. And Jeremy, that's so much tremendous value, really precise, really brief, show how you can cover a lot of ground with significant brevity. I'm going to try and help people understand what you're really saying here is when you say, don't worry about scripts, what you're just evidencing here is actually the player is more important than the play.
Yes, sir.
The reason that many of those people would respond to you is because you is you, because of the reputation precedes you, is other people could deliver those exact same lines. A terrible script by the right person will get through the door. Think about the emails that land in your inbox. Some people you hit delete on, even though they have the most masterfully written email, and other people could send you trash and you read it word for word because the messenger is sometimes more important than the message. Keep building the brand, keep showing up, keep delivering consistently so that what you do is stand out in a crowd of sane by not being lame and continuing to be able to show up, show up, show up. There's something else you do that's brilliant. And you put the elephant in the room that everybody else is saying, well, let's not talk about the elephant in the room. Is if you're the person that puts the elephant in the room, you get to ride the elephant, tickle the elephant, play with the elephant, conduct the elephant, you get to be able to run the whole circus. That's what you're doing here.
Hell yeah.
Best example I've ever seen of that in a movie moment is the fear of when the Eminem character in the movie 8 Mile was concerned that the other dude was going to trash him in the rap battle. So concerned that this wasn't going to work out in his favor. What did the Eminem character did is he took the predictable preemptive prevention piece of that he was going to be trash talked because his mum was up to no good, his girlfriend was up to no good. In fact, his life wasn't a picture perfect love story. He took all of that bad news, put it up front, left the other person off for words, created mic drop moment, won the crowd. Every LO could be doing that right now if they choose to be able to lead the dance as opposed to follow the noise. And you gave really good examples of that. What you do with your scripts is you find the angles. You find the angles, and there's always an angle. And experience allows you to be able to find the angles. So all you're doing is you're saying, there's an angle, there's an angle, there's an angle, there's an angle, and you're just brutally asking for that angle. And the angle with the dude that didn't get back to you was humanize.
Yeah.
That's all it was. And how much easier was it for you to send a hungover picture that says, hey, I'm here and I'm real, than it was meeting and bringing a coffee and sitting down for 90 minutes and sending gifts and telling him how much you love him and blowing smoke up his backside, etc. Is you just got straight to the point. I'm real. I'm here. I'm consistent. You can trust me to keep showing up. It's probably all he wanted. Didn't want to be BFFs. Wanted to know you can get your job done. So great work on all of that. Is there anything that I could
please feel
add?
free to crush me. I gotta go. I appreciate your feedback. I have a 3:15 appointment that I am late to, and
Go crush that.
Awesome.
Tiniest little things that I'd say to everybody else here on Jeremy that might be useful is insert curiosity into some of the statements you're making with your angles. Is things like you may be experiencing. What are some of the challenges that you possibly could be having right now? Is talk to me about where you might have an obstacle, where it's possible that you could have an opportunity. And the minute you insert some more ambiguity with might, may, could, some, if, perhaps, other people are then prepared to tell you truth. If you say, well, you know, what challenges are you having right now? They're like, well, not many. I'm good. I'm solid. What are some of the challenges that you might be, or that you're hearing about, or that you're learning from? People will tell you the truth in a slightly different direction. But this has been fun. This has been a like 6 months worth of consulting in a 4-hour window. So thanks, Dave. So,
I know, man. It's been wild. It's been amazing. Phil, the dynamic you added to this event was amazing. Like I said, everyone, this is recorded. This will be in the Mortgage Coach YouTube channel. It might take a little longer just because it's such a big video. And within a week, no more than 2 weeks, we'll have this edited into individual, a link for each one. It will all be in the Mortgage Coach YouTube channel. Todd, what are some of your closing thoughts and directions you want to take this before we wrap it up?
Those were some amazing interludes and advice-based moments that Phil provided for us. I think when Phil said yes, I don't realize he didn't realize that we were going to be here 4 hours and 17 minutes later, and that our community was so robust with not just all-stars, right? He talked about it. We knew we were going to have the best on here, but Phil, you were able to polish them up even more and add value to the community. And I just know that you all, especially who are still here watching this live, or if you're this far into the recording, that you got a tremendous amount of value. So I would encourage you to follow up with Phil. If you haven't bought the book yet, I would buy it. I would buy both the written version as well as the Audible, and I would buy it for both Exactly What to Say and Exactly What for Stay for Real Estate. I think those would both tremendously help you. I'd seriously consider attending his upcoming certifications in New York. You can just go to that toddbookspan.me link, and it's got a link to get there. Just go to philmjones.com. As always, it's great to see you still here, Deborah Bird, adding value along the way. So thanks for your contribution today and sharpening.
Big Deb energy.
Big Deb energy. Phil, any last words that you want to say before we let you, it's almost bedtime there in New York, before we let you and the rest of the East Coasters sign off?
I'm good. I think I'm ready for a bourbon at some point fairly soon. What I will say is, in closing remarks, is congrats to everybody for getting to this point in the conversation, whether it's live or in the recording. Is remember the point we mentioned earlier on about attitude, product knowledge, and skills. The skills around conversation is work that's never done. It is something that we're going to be working on forever. It's not something you get to master. It's something that you get to practice. And the conscious decision that practicing this is important to you in your craft is something that just fills me with pride and joy, that there are people looking to level up their pro standards. And I love that there are other people here, and whether it's Denise and Deborah with what you do for social media, and Todd with what you do with Win by Noon, and Dave, then the tools that you've built that provide mortgage advisors with greater levels of intelligence. These are all pro skills that you can outsource towards, that you can level up with, that allow you to take your product knowledge, take your attitude, apply some new skills to it, and watch that becomes the differentiator in a market that's tough. And in a market that's as tough as right now, you got two choices, right? You can either step up or step out. And I know that all of you here have decided to be able to step up, but take great confidence that many will step out, and that's your time to go and eat their lunch, go steal the market share, and be here to enjoy the other side of this cliff when the markets open up in your favor, and realize that you're more ready, more poised to be able to take advantage of that great opportunity. So those would be my closing thoughts.
All right. Well, hey, love what you brought to this, and I love the triangle that you created. And I would just want to call out, because I've done now over 1,000 interviews of top loan officers, and the best of the best, if you take that triangle, they have really powerful attitudes. I mean, they're really attractive people to be around because of their confidence, because of the words that they use. But you know what? That didn't just happen. That happened because they have great product knowledge. And I think in this new era of mortgage, ChatGPT, we need to think beyond product. It has to be advice. Like your product isn't just a loan. A loan is going to be able to be automated. And if you want to make this next decade the best decade, which I do believe it will be, I'm very bullish on housing. I'm very bullish on a local referral-based mortgage professional. But the product needs to go beyond, here's your rate, here's your, closing costs, here's your monthly payment. The product is the advice. The product is your ability to guide them to financial freedom over time with your advice. And you just need to work on your skills all the time. Todd and I are dedicated to this community. We want people that follow our communities to be the most successful market-taking originators there are. So make sure you connect with Todd's community Win by Noon, the Trust Engine Facebook group, the Mortgage Coach YouTube channel. That is best practices, although maybe we just need to say better practices now, Phil. There is no best, they're just getting better practices. And then the Trust Engine YouTube channel is all about innovation. You know, I'm interviewing people outside the industry, in the industry. So super grateful for everyone who was on this stage, super grateful for everyone that gave us their attention. And God, I don't really have more to share, Todd. Anything you have before we close it out here?
You know, I feel like we could just stretch it out for another, 20, 30 minutes, but I feel like you nailed it, Dave. You nailed it, Phil. Thank you so much for the opportunity to connect and add value to the community, and can't wait till Script-A-Palooza 7. Not sure we'll be able to twist Phil's arm to be back, but certainly you have an invitation if you want it, Phil.
Yeah, and tell us all where you've implemented and taken action. Like, people leave a session like this with a lot of knowledge. They write pages of notes. They give commitments to be able to make changes. Those changes don't make a difference unless you make changes in your day-to-day activities and the actions that you put into place from here. I know everybody that's been involved in this as a facilitator, panelist, organizer, contributor in some way would love to hear the story of, I tried the thing you mentioned, put it into practice, and here's how it worked for me. Thank you. So be brave enough to create some social accountability for yourself in the things that you want to take action on. Make a memory peg that says that you're going to do the thing, and then you're going to tell the person that gave you the idea that you've done the thing and how it's worked for you. That'll make a giant.
Love that. And love that for all the managers, guys. This is where leadership comes in, where you're taking some of the things that were highlights, you're building you're doing a sales meeting around it. You're following up. When you hear a success story of someone who took something they learned from this, and you're sharing it with others, everyone needs to be inspired. Everyone needs to be reminded, and we need to keep the conversation going. So this is a wrap. Take care, everybody. Thanks for everybody's time. Thank you, Phil.
See y'all.